from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win.
Morning, preacher. Yeah, my son went out last night with a measuring stick after the final storm, after the final few flurries quit. He took about 20 different measurements in our yard and the neighbors, and it's between 8 and 7/8 and 9 inches. Unbelievable. The record we had was set in 1898, I think, and that was 5 inches in one day, just before the turn of the century, and we shattered that yesterday by 5:30. So I got to see some history happen. Pretty crazy. Yeah, growing up in northern Ohio, not northern, in the north in Ohio, Indiana, I was fortunate. I had a childhood that was filled with snow like yours, but to see it in Florida, it's just, I would have never imagined it. I didn't get a notification that you were live. I just checked and it says you are. I don't know what's up with my push notifications. Go on, bud. There you go. Took diesel. I took the dog out this morning in the snow, just to let him do his business. He wants nothing to do with it. He's like, yeah, not a big fan. He's fuck this. He ran around like crazy last night when it was new and it was a novelty. The boys and Sandy took him outside, but I think he got his belly full of it. And he's like, yeah, that shit's cold and wet, and I don't want anything to do with it. Yeah. It might be that, yeah. It's bright. We have a blue skies and bright sun this morning. It's bitter cold, and all the snow is still standing. Nothing's melting yet. Let me put myself on mute in Discord, and I'll check. Say the alphabet or give me a countdown or something, preacher.
No, I wasn't coming through for sure, so now it should work. I don't know. Again, Streamlabs changed my microphone device to nothing, so yeah, sorry about the awkward silence in the beginning, everyone. I was saying that well, basically I'll be a few minutes late for a meeting, so must have been really strange that the stream started just music and nothing else. So really sorry about that. Only now I noticed the messing mic.
It's working.
Yeah, it seems like Streamlabs likes to change its settings on its own for no reason, so that's not what I'm used to. Imagine you have have your TV, your channel set up the way you want it or whatever, the way you're used to it, and then every day or every other day, some of the channels decide to switch places.
Yeah, it's like you think that the default would be whatever you left it at last.
Yeah. And that's the thing, it's not like I connect or disconnect any devices so that it loses connection to anything. It's just everything stays as it is. So it's very strange. So since until this time I was talking to myself, say again, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So Pirate, any new news from Trump, or any new decisions passed or signed or anything like that?
Nothing that I'm aware of. I mean, he's been pretty busy with all the executive orders and all that. Didn't take long for some of the reporters to get kind of nasty. I noticed he's been so generous with his time, these events where they allow the journalists and people who are part of the press pool to photograph some of these events, like the signing of the executive orders. And in true Trump fashion, he's answered questions. I mean, he's done 2 essentially impromptu 1-hour-long press conferences where he's answered questions and answer questions, and more importantly, allow these reporters to do follow-up questions, which is kind of unheard of. I mean, he lets these people, usually they let them do one follow-up and that's it, but he's allowing these journalists to kind of engage him in debate, if you will. And what troubled me was there was a few of them who had broke into the habit of interrupting him. And I'm thinking, you're so fortunate just to be in the most powerful man in the world's office, He's allowing you to press him on some questions you have, but when he's speaking, to interrupt him to me just seems like completely over the line. I would give them one warning. I can't believe he's putting up with it. I'd love to hear him tell them, if you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to have you escorted out of this building and you'll never be back.
Well, I think some people want to get a name for themselves in this manner, but
Yeah. But some of the gotcha questions are already popping out. They're trying to jam him up on his pardons. Of course, you don't hear anything about the ridiculousness that the Bidens engaged upon. I did notice, I failed to recall his name. I know he's the guy of the Silk Road fame that Trump promised a lot of the younger people that supported that guy that was locked up. I guess they sentenced him to life, took all of his bitcoins and all that. Trump promised that if he was elected, he would immediately commute his sentence or pardon him, and he kept his word. I guess the guy's out now. And I thought about you this morning when I saw X apparently within hours of that guy from the Silk Road. Thank you, Super Cooper, Ross Ulbricht. Apparently within hours of his release, there were somebody had accessed a Bitcoin account that had, like, I don't know, thousands of Bitcoin, tens of millions of dollars. I guess the implication was being that that was him. I don't know if that's true or not, but it was certainly interesting reading. No, he's a busy man. Trump's one of those guys that hops out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning, works all day long, probably still working long after most people go to bed. And that's the kind of cat that you want in charge. Break Nation want to know if anybody's seen this yet where they're saying Elon did a Nazi salute. Yeah, BNS, that's kind of old news. That was, I think, 3 days ago, and he was doing he put his hand over his heart and then basically said, "I love you," and like he was casting his love out. And of course, they jumped all over it. If anything, it was more reminiscent of a Roman salute from the days of Julius Caesar and all of that. But you couldn't expect all of these uneducated fucking Neanderthals to even grasp that. Which, honestly, that's where the Nazis stole the salute. At least they're part of it from. But there's always this eagerness to try to paint somebody in a light that's just not true. And people who seize on all that kind of shit are small-minded. I'm like, if you're that thick, if you're that simple-minded that you can be sold a bill of goods like that, then you're not going to do very well in this tough world that we have.
oh, there's a lot of useful idiots out there who are just, meant to be used as mass manipulation, pushing an agenda. So you need people who are in a way weak-minded like this, because they're easy to manipulate, right? All you need to do is tell the pitchfork guys that the axe guys want to take their pitchforks, and that's it.
Yeah, keep them fighting between themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot to turn my television on this morning. Need to bring up one of the major legacy news medias and see what's transpired while I slept.
Exactly.
I spent a few minutes going through Twitter or X before you went live, and I didn't see anything too earth-shattering there. I like to stay abreast of the news. I guess it doesn't really matter how quickly you find out about world events, but for whatever reason, it's become an entertainment to me to find out quickly.
I don't know what this is about. I see that Vin is saying that I'm only interested in the Barack and Aniston rumor. BNS said no interest in anything Obama. That dude's pure evil. So I don't know what that's about. So,
I think there was some chatter on the internet that Barack Obama was having going out on dates or was having an affair with Jennifer Aniston, of the famous actress of the Friends series. I don't. It sounds kind of silly to me. I don't know what the catalyst was for that. I don't know if they were seen having a meal together or what have you, but I couldn't give a damn less. Honestly, I could give two shits who Jennifer Aniston's fucking, and I certainly don't care who Barack Obama's fucking. But it caught some traction on the internet. People were talking about it. I know they've been making a lot of talk about how the Obamas haven't been seen a lot together lately. Like, it seems like Barack is doing his thing and Michelle is doing hers. So
I don't know. Beacon Hill said
conspiracy theorists suggest that Aniston is a man. Yeah, that's some kind of ridiculous shit. Beacon Hill. It's like that's become a real trend here lately to pick just like random women and say that they're secretly men. It's certainly nothing new. I mean, it's been around for a while, but it's reached kind of an epidemic, if you ask me. This constant accusations that a particular celebrity is not really a female and all that. I find it boring. First of all, you have no way of knowing. I mean, what's the poor person going to do? It's one of those things. It's like, I don't particularly care for Michelle Obama or Big Mike, or to say the least. But I took her side of the fight some time ago on KC's channel. I'm like, what do you expect her to do? Like, stand up in front of the whole nation on live TV and spread her legs naked? You know, it's like she has no way to defend herself if she is a transvestite or whatever the fuck they are. You know, it's the same thing. I mean, is she under any obligation to show everybody her genitalia? And frankly, the whole thing, it's a little bit nasty for me, because you're accusing people of something that essentially they can't prove. Even if they in this world we live in, if somebody like Jennifer Aniston was to produce her birth certificate, you'd have all the wackos and the simple-minded fucking crayon eaters would be saying, well, that's photoshopped or it was doctored, you know. So I don't like to see people disparaged where they have absolutely no avenue to either squanch it or disprove it. Seems a little unfair to me.
I think some of these crazy claims, well, I don't know about Michelle or Michael, as Obama likes to call her or him or whatever, don't care. But I think there's people out there coming out with stupid claims just so that they can wrap it all up with any other so-called conspiracy theory and say, yeah, they're all bullshit, when, you know, it's like,
right.
One guy, let's say, comes out from the army and says, well, the army is doing, or there's a part of the army that's doing this stuff that's, let's say, hurting some people in some area or whatever, somewhere in the world, right? And then they're gonna have some other guy come out and say, I don't know what the fuck, like, Trump's a woman. And they're going to say, oh, look at these conspiracy theories, they're all full of shit, right? So I think there's also this thing where they're pushing out bullshit, calling it a conspiracy.
Muddy water.
Exactly, because then you wrap it out with everything. And I've seen actually stuff like this where people take some made up conspiracies that's completely impossible or out of this world, right? And they wrap it up with stuff that's very plausible, and it's like, oh,
Right.
all of this is bullshit. No, that's you know. So yeah, you have to look at every topic
It's a
individually
useful tactic.
and take it all
Probably a
one
useful
by one.
tactic to control the narrative.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, with Michelle or whatever. Like there's a few videos of Obama calling it Michael. Like I think at least two on two different occasions, which was odd that it happened more than once. And you know, there's some videos of Michelle coming out like from an apartment or something with, and it looks like just she has a junk flailing around,
Sure.
stuff
Yeah.
like that. So, I mean, you know, it's kind of enough to make you consider it as a possibility. I don't know if it's 100%. I wouldn't, you know, put my hand in the fire for any of these, like one way or another, but still can.
Well, it's back again to it's like Mac Ned Bees. He's like, there's many bulge picks and stuff. Well, here's my point, Mac Ned Bees. I have no tool. Preacher hasn't taught me yet how to use the app that says what's true on the internet and what's photoshopped. I see UFO pictures. I seen pictures of Elvis smoking a blunt with Bigfoot. I saw pictures of. I've seen some of this AI stuff they're producing now. Shows you know, people like fucking Abraham Lincoln giving George Washington a blowjob. You have no idea how much is real or not. So when you say I've seen pictures of a bulge or a package, I'm like, where did you see the pictures? On the internet, on the TV. Like, how do I?
It's a bit
Don't
different
know
now.
how to.
It's a bit different now because you can say that today. Yes, I agree. In the last year or so, or since it started, right? But when you've seen those things before the whole AI madness, that's a bit different. Because back then you didn't have like the such easy ways to graphically generate stuff like this. And if we would have anyone who's into graphics design, there are certain filters, I think, in Photoshop and other applications you can use to show you the structure of the background. Whereas if an image is photoshopped,
Right.
or it's generated electronically by an AI or whatever, you can
It's been
spot
altered.
it. Yeah. So
I
how
don't
to
know.
do that, yeah.
My point is twofold. One is, and for me, it's all about honor. You know, if I have someone dead to rights, then I want to make sure I have them dead to rights. I don't want to win an argument or a debate and have an asterisk next to it. So my question to everybody out there, and believe me, I think Michelle Obama is disgusting and repugnant. The things that she said were just abhorrent. But here's my question about this sort of thing, like excusing her being a man. What would suffice as proof? What would make her, the people who make these claims, what do you expect? Is she or he obligated, like I said, to go live on CNN and pull her skirt up and spread her legs? I mean, is that where we're at in this country? That I don't, and more importantly, does it matter? Does it fucking matter if she's a man or not? I mean, listen, it's like one of those things of all of the things that the Obamas engaged in. If he was a homosexual closet homosexual, it's hardly material to all the things that he was involved in. I don't understand it. More importantly, I don't understand how he or she, or Jennifer Aniston, for instance, right now, how are they supposed to, in good faith, counter the claims? Is Jennifer Aniston supposed to come out tomorrow and say, the internet claims I have a cock and I don't, so here y'all can look at my pussy and that's the proof? It seems a little unfair to the person being accused.
Well, it's relatively easy if you see them in a pair of tight pants, right? Which I'm sure with Jennifer Aniston, there's plenty of pictures out there. I don't know if there's any with Michelle Obama. Because you can, you know, if a woman's wearing a tight pair of pants, you can see everything without them being naked, right? But if there's something there, it's kind of obvious. So I think that would be enough, right? You don't need anybody to get naked. And that on the other side, I can understand, like, if this is the case, that it's not Michelle and it's Michael and the guy would be gay, I don't think it matters, right? Because a leader
Right.
should go for the good of the country, not you're not looking at him for a priest or whatever, right? You're not looking at the person as a religious figure. But since a lot of the country is still religious in one way or another, this might have a big impact. I know for you it doesn't matter, right? But a lot of people would want their
I would
leader.
agree. I would agree. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people that are on the religious right who that would have a real problem with it. I get it.
So, agree to it or not, there's going to be people who want to see the marriage between a man and a woman only, right? Because that's what the Bible says and that's what they want.
Right.
So if you're going to be, asking for their vote, I think they would want to know which way you're swinging, let's say. And it's not my case to say they have a right or they don't have a right to ask that question. It's it's what they believe in, and if I think they would want to know.
Well, I guess what it's going to come down to is how do we vet as a society? How do we go about making people prove their gender? I mean, for instance, everybody says, well, he's got a big old cock and it was flopping around and it was easy to see, and that's our evidence. Well, what about the transgenders who have just a little tiny dick? They got this little itty bitty pecker. They're still every bit as much a man. They still have all the men's genetics. It's just they're not as well endowed, so that when they're dressed a certain way, it's not flopping around. How do you go about ferreting them out? I guess my whole point is it seems like an exercise in futility. I'm like, if she didn't have as big a dick, if it was just a little dick and you couldn't see it, would we all be still talking about all this? I'm like, so it's only the big dick transvestites who get called out? I mean, and again, I'm like, if you're wrong, not you, I mean you, if we are wrong and we accuse Jennifer Aniston of being a transvestite, what is her recourse? It's like asking a man, do you still beat your wife? There's no right answer for that. If I ask you, do you still beat your wife, preacher, and you say, no, I don't beat her anymore, that implies that you used to beat your wife.
I mean, but
if
that's
you
a trap question.
No, I don't.
That's a trap question.
So which one is it? You either still beat her or,
You can ask any guy out there, do you still suck dick, right? It's the same thing. Exactly the same thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Look, the thing is similar to a similar situation. Of course, not nowhere near as big an impact, but it was that Armenian guy who was a boxer who was in the Olympics, right?
Right. Yeah.
Pretending to be a woman and stuff, and then it came out like medical checks revealed that he was apparently born with a micro penis and testicles and stuff. Still a dude, it doesn't matter. So
well, I know we have an active member of Congress. I don't think they're a senator. I think they're in the House of Representatives. Calls himself a woman, wears a woman's clothing, and has a penis. They had all kinds of problem about. There were other congressmen who didn't want him using the women's bathroom and all that. He went to war with some of them, and it's like, so it's not like out of the realm of possibilities that transvestites can participate in government. We literally have a trans that's walking around the halls of Congress with clothes on. I guess it's like what Mac Ned Bees or somebody else was saying earlier. I guess it's the fact that they lied about it.
mm-hmm.
Morning, B Streets. I have an entire laundry list of problems with Michelle Obama, from her saying things like, "This is the first time I've been proud of my country." There's a whole list of things. I think she is racist against white people. I think she encourages the racial divide in this country by fomenting hate. There's a whole list of things. But if she is indeed a man living her life as a woman, that's the least of my problems with her. I don't know. I don't, like I said, a lot of this I don't fully understand. When I was a child, I heard rumors that this, what they call her, the Scream Queen, the girl, forget her name. There's an actress that played in a lot of the horror movies in the 80s. Oh, her name. Somebody can bail me out on this. Jamie Lee Curtis. It just came to me. The rumor was always that Jamie Lee Curtis was born we used to call it a morphindite, or having both sex organs. She had both a vagina and a penis. Now, I have no way of knowing if this is true, but it was talked about since the time I was like 9 years old. It was always snickered about, and you know, she's a great actress. I mean, she's played in many movies, and I don't know, maybe, you know, there's people that are born Siamese twins. There's people that are born with no fingers, spina bifida. It certainly makes sense that you could be born with both a vagina and a penis. It's a birth defect. But I guess at some point she had to decide she was going to either live as a boy or a girl, if that was true. So and I don't know. Like I said, this could all just be another example of just prepubescent boys who love to talk about naughty topics. But in the end, it's like, I don't know that it's necessarily made her an evil person if she was born with both genitalia. She chose to live as a woman. Like I said, to me, I view it as no differently than somebody who's born with one arm. So I don't know. Is there a possibility that if Big Mike, Obama's wife, Michelle, is it possible that she was born with both a big old, unit and also a gash? I don't know. Again, and I'm like, what do we require as a society? Is she required to show up naked in front of Congress and spread her legs and let everybody give her a OBGYN inspection? I take an issue with some of it. If I'm going to attack Michelle Obama, I want to attack her in an honorable way that attacks all the evil things that she said about my country or about white people. And there's a lot of things I'd love to cross swords with her with, but to me, it would be an affront to my sense of honor to be like, oh yeah, and you got a dick, because it's like I'm using a weapon that she has it just seems patently unfair to me. I beg your pardon. A little coughing fit. One of the biggest issues I've had about Michelle Obama, she loves to play that victim card. Her and the likes of Oprah and all that, when they get into the whole how blacks are oppressed and that there's systemic racism. These people have wealth beyond the average person's wildest dreams. Multiple estates. And when you get into the topic of having like these big houses in Kennebunkport, Maine, and Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, it's not just the initial cost of those houses. When you finally move up to that level, you have to have a steady pipeline of money that allows you to. Those places have high taxes, high maintenance bills. So it says something about where you are in life when you have like 2 or 3 houses and they're all mansions scattered around elite real estate, elite neighborhoods. To have all that, to live that lifestyle, and repeat the claims that somehow or another America has this systemic racism that punishes people of color. It just seems a little bit like bullshit to me. Those are the sort of things that trouble me. I get it, Donkey Kong. He said poor choice of words when I said cross swords. I get it, man. It's too early for that, man. We're going to do that already, Kong. Damn, it's not even, the opening bell hasn't even rang yet. I guess I brought it on myself, to be fair. I'm not hitting on all cylinders yet. You ever start up an old diesel engine and it's coughing and barking and smoking and kind of halfway running? That means that one of those pistons isn't exactly doing its job yet. And that's me this morning. I've got my coffee and just haven't quite come up to my operating temperature. Bear with me. For someone who prides himself as being well, it's no secret that I believe I'm a know-it-all, and I own it, to know thyself and all that. But I don't think I have been proven wrong more in my life than I have been in the last year or two. My son coming to me weeks ago and telling me we were going to get snowfall. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Wrong. I mean, I've got a nice double handful of examples of things I was certain about. I don't mean ambivalent or not quite sure. I was just planted my flag. This is how it's going to be, and I'll be damned if I couldn't be more wrong. It's not pleasurable for me. Wasn't wrong about the election. That's, I guess, the ones that counted, I was right on. Well, KC, not only was we going to win, I mean Trump going to win, but I thought it was going to be by a landslide. KC seemed to think that Kamala Harris was some sort of a sleeper, or that she was playing possum, that she had some sort of political acumen that escaped the casual observer, and because of that, she was going to rise to the occasion and all that. It kind of reminded me of when he found that the four-leaf clover guy, and he thought he was some sort of a comedic genius. I'm like, Casey, this guy is a buffoon and nothing more. Same thing. In case you thought that perhaps Kamala Harris was some sort of a political assassin who was just playing possum and pretended to be the old shucks, I'm just a simple word salad girl, but deep down inside she had all these she was able to make all these 3D chess moves. But I was convinced from the very beginning that she was just somebody who failed upwards and slept her way to the top, and I think history's shown clearly that was the case.
Yeah. And usually it gets, when you get to the point where the asphalt meets the road, incompetence rises to the top, and it's clear for everyone to see. Well, not everyone, because you still have people thinking that she could have managed anything, but
yeah, it was funny to see Joseph Biden taking shots at Trump, claiming that if he had been allowed to run instead of Kamala, that he would have won. I'm like, dude, the entire world watched you stand on a stage, and he eviscerated you. That's someone who clearly has no. Either they're lying to themselves, or they have a lack of ability to read, to see the reality around them. I don't know how Biden could stand up on the stage and debate Trump, get his ass handed to him, and then walk away with an attitude of, yeah, I could have won an election against him. Just another example of how they either lie or they have an inability to see things as they really are. "15 minutes till the opening bell." Yeah, Magnet Bees. Fundamentally, most people put their personal needs first. That's what was so rare about the American experiment, where you had people like George Washington. George Washington could have set himself up as a king. In fact, there were many people who wanted it. He understood that in order for this American republic to remain, that what you needed was constant change that would rein in the ability of a single dynasty to roll roughshod over the citizens. We had just fought a revolution against a king for the abuse of powers of a monarchy, and George Washington recognized that we needed a system that was the complete opposite of that. So it's rare the men who can rise to power go about doing the country's business, trying to make the country better, and then when their work is done, say it's time for me to go back to my life. Unfortunately, in modern politics, it's become a path to wealth and a really high, not high, an elevated standard of living with fine dining, lots of recreational opportunities, and more importantly, a chance to build generational wealth that would ensure that no one of your immediate family, your children or grandchildren, would ever have to work in the traditional sense again. So it's become more of a path to wealth, and then if any of the government if the people's business is accomplished, well, then that's just incidental. That's where we find ourselves today. Hopefully that's all about to change. Morning, Tom D.
In your Discord, it's pirate. If you're like, just take a look at the photos. You don't have to go in the links, but yeah, the Democrats, doing the Nazi salute basically, because you can take all of them and.
Yeah, I think I saw one of those making the rounds on X last night.
Maybe I'll show a bit too on the stream in case anyone's interested. Not that, I don't think anybody here. Hey, morning, Tom D. Don't think anybody here thinks differently about this, but yeah, just so I think it's this one. Let me see. Yeah. So, well, this is the first one that I saw. Basically, there's Hillary Clinton, Obama, whatever her name is, and there's this other one. So all of them doing the salutes. Oh, dog's barking outside. My dog might start as well. But then there's also the AOC, I think she's called, where she's doing this at the rally. That's not a problem, right? Her doing this, but anyone who's on the other side of the aisle that's doing this, that's a big problem.
It's a perfect example of how you take something out of context. In this particular instance, it's visually, it's not a statement. They're using someone's body language and their use of their hands to add dramatic effect to what they're talking about, twisting it all around. But you're exactly right, Preacher. That's exactly what that is. But if it wasn't for double standards, the Democrats wouldn't have any standards at all. That's one of my biggest arguments against the Democratic/Liberal Party, is that far too often they want to enact policies or declare rules or set a particular to go about something that only applies to their side. If it's beneficial for them, then they embrace it. If it doesn't enhance their narrative, then they want to repel it. But there never seems to be a desire to have a level playing field. And we're taught from our earliest age, with siblings or children, your cousins playing, even organized sports, a sense of fairness. You keep it fair. Everyone has to play by the same rules. You don't cheat. It destroys the game. You end up in chaos if everyone just cheats. But for whatever reason, the Democrats have found, and I think it's because, honestly, the Democratic Party's imploding. Yeah, man, do your thing. Democratic Party's imploding. So once you no longer have any real ideas that you can stand on or that you can try to sell to the masses, then you have to appeal to their sense of anger or victimhood, and that's what you see. Well, firsthand with my son's girlfriend, who spent a couple of days with us. Man, the troubling aspect is, I don't know how these people that are 20, 21, 22 years old, for starters, they don't realize what they don't know. They're so uninformed on a variety of topics, while at the exact same time, they hold the belief that they know everything. it's really troubling for me, especially when I'm faced with it in real life, in real time. I'm ill-equipped to deal with it. I'm just I'm amazed at how people can have such limited knowledge about particular topics, but yet be so entrenched in their analysis. You'd think that there would be a natural curiosity or a willingness to try to see multiple points of view before they make their final conclusions. And perhaps it's a function of being recently emancipated, reaching 18 years old, no longer under the thumb of their parents and what have you. But this mindset, and unfortunately, man, all of it is built on what I perceive as just foolish lies from institutions of higher learning, college professors, the internet. And it's just incredible to me to sit and listen to a young person talk at length, and almost every single topic that was brought up, they were 180 degrees out. Incredible. I should have streamed it, Break Nation Sports. I should have turned on the live stream and just laid the iPad down, so at least it could have picked up the audio for those 2 days. I'm certain it would have been some of the most entertaining content you've ever seen. Having said that, for me it was torturous. It was nothing short of torture, because I was trapped in my need to, because of my love for my son and want to support him. It hamstrung me. I was prevented. I had a proverbial gag order. I couldn't speak freely. I couldn't offer rebuttals. I didn't know. So what I was relegated to was just listening to the madness, and then hope that eventually the topic would inevitably change to something else. They're just fucking, oh man. The most I was afforded was the occasional side-eyed glance to my son, if I could sneak one in without being discovered, and maybe some dramatic eye rolling, or I'm known to raise an eyebrow from time to time to convey my, to put it mildly, my disagreement. But I made a joke out of it on Twitter, because one of the first disagreements we had was that somehow or another, and it wasn't I who prompted the conversation. She went right off the bat about how Pete Hegseth, the recent nominee for the Secretary of Defense, how that she wasn't not just not supportive of him, but how he was a bad guy. And if you've learned anything about my personality over the last 3 or 4 years, you can just imagine how that hit me. And I'm just like, man. Part of the joke, and I shared this with the people on Discord, was his girlfriend is, believe it or not, an immigrant herself. See, this is where I need to do a disclaimer. I don't have any personal animus or hate towards immigrants. Immigrants are what built this country and made it great to a large part. It's the whole part of not following the rules, skipping to the front of the line, cheating the system. The fact that people get to pick and choose what laws they want to apply. So it's particularly unnerving to me when I see somebody who comes to what I view as my country. They're new here, not even born here. She was brought here by her father, who came on an H-1B1 visa, and then go about lecturing me about how our policies should be written. It just seems a little bit much, like a little rich. There's the opening bell.
Let's see what we're doing.
Amazing Blue too. Thinks he's funny. Posted some pictures this morning, Amazing Blue 2 in the Discord general, the final accumulation. My son measured it. It was anywhere from 8 7/8 of an inch to 9 inches of snow between my yard and our neighbors. He took about 20 random measurements, but not measuring snow drifts now, just regular old snow accumulation. It would appear that we got 9 inches of snow.
It looks like I lost the small window on the right that was showing the detailed information on one of the stocks. So if anybody is more familiar with Webull, let me know if you know how to restore that.
Netflix reported earnings last night. MacNetBees. They showed a huge beat in their subscriber forecast, and they announced they're going to be raising their rates $1, I think, for premium and something like that. But they're doing a modest increase in pricing, which naturally would help future earnings. So I watched part of that last night. They saw I don't know, I want to say a 10 or 15% bump in the after hours, right? So yeah, that's all about earnings for them. Chuck Blackmore says barcoding again like a penny stock. Yeah, Chuck, nothing new. Over the course of the past 4 years, we've saw no shortage of barcoding where it's they've had the price pinned and it stays that way for sometimes almost the entire trading day. Nothing new. Bitcoin at 104,465.
And just looking on the first 5-minute candles on AMC, we saw 256,000 and change. The number of shares on GME, we had 282,000 and change. GME moving upwards, so that's a nice thing to see. Currently 27.69. Nice. See if AMC is gonna follow.
I didn't get raped by a ape. I didn't get robbed, Chuck. I didn't sell mine. They converted, they took it out, they put it back. Still have all of them. I would disagree with you that ape was a robbery. It didn't affect my account.
Yeah, and actually, I'm happy with ape. Because on one side I could buy what is now AMC at the lower price, and on the other side,
there were some people who killed it, man, buying that shit.
Yeah, and on the second hand, I loved that he did that thing, because even though it didn't had the effect we wanted, it was in my eyes at least, it was Admiral trying to rock the boat, to do anything that would maybe squeeze shake the shorts, the naked shorts, right? And I'm pretty sure there's some naked positions out there because of ape that, like, if we would find out, it would leave us speechless. So
Yep. Certainly fucked things up, I think.
we don't know about it, but you know, there's even a few months ago, I was still hearing of brokers that still had ape trading on their platforms for some reason. There's still positions that are not closed on ape. There's still the tokenized ape out there that's somehow one way or another connected to IOUs that people were getting on ape. So yeah, I still think there's some ape, either shares or tokenized, you know, crypto connected ape out there that's still causing headaches for some brokers and some hedgies. So I saw what I wanted to see. I saw Adam Aaron trying to shake things up, trying to create difficulties for the naked shorts so that they were forced to close their positions. And it seems like, at least for now, they found a way to continue kicking the can and survive this thing. But yeah, it's not for long. So Chuck said, I lost 10k my shares and it converted worthless. Okay, I want to know where the $18 value went. Okay. Well, Chuck, one thing that anyone who puts money in the stock market should know is that you're responsible for your trades, and you don't invest more than you can afford to lose. So sorry to see that you lost, but
Yeah, it wasn't. You shouldn't have lost 10x of your shares. If you kept your ape, it didn't come out to 10x. A lot of folks run around and say that, and that's usually a tell, Chuck, that they're either not familiar with what really happened, or they're trying to paint it out to be worse than it really was. It was not a 10x. They did the 10x, but if you kept your ape, which most people you were in honor bound to do, it didn't come out to 10. I think it came out to 6.5. But you know, we're splitting hairs there. But I don't know what your purpose is, Chuck. We come here because we believe in the company. We believe that eventually the shares will pay off, and for that, you know, we just wait patiently. But
yeah, so in the end, the conversion with the bonus, what came out after the lawsuit and whatever, it was about 7.5 conversion. But I bought ape exclusively. Like, while we had ape, I only bought ape because I saw the price differences. Like, no, I'm gonna just buy ape because it's cheaper. So if there's ever a conversion, I'm gonna get it for cheap. And I did get it for cheap. Like, my average went lower when the conversion happened. Like, I got AMC for much cheaper by buying ape. So I don't see how you lost what. What did you lose? Because if you're saying that, that means you don't understand what the conversion means, right? It's like if you have 100 bills of $1 or 10 bills of $10, you still have $100. So.
And they shorted it down. There's no secret that they did short it down after the conversion and the 10-to-1 split, but that had nothing to do with anything else. But a perfect example, Mr. Blackmore, is like you said, now it's 7.5, not 10. So if you knew it was 7.5, you shouldn't claim that it went down 10x, because it gives the appearance, I'm not saying you did, it gives the appearance that you're making it look like it was worse than it was. So it sounds like you're coming into a group and you're complaining or pissing and moaning, and you're not even being factual about it. It's like you're painting a narrative that was worse than it was, and it causes people to question your motives here. When you come in and say, I'm out 10-to-1, and then someone calls you out on it, and then you say, okay, it was 7.5, you can certainly see how that looks. So the point of the matter is that we gather here to enjoy each other's company, hang out, talk about the news, and from time to time buy some more. I don't, you know, we're really not here to be somebody's emotional dumpster if they're struggling because they're down, or if they're mad because it didn't happen quickly enough for them. It kind of ruins our vibe here. You know, we really try to keep it a positive environment. Really try to, you know, to the extent we can, make each other laugh and talk about current events. but you're going to find that you're not going to be embraced wholeheartedly if your only goal is to show up and piss and moan all day. Trying to be as diplomatic as I can, Chuck.
Morning, Funky Pizza. Nice to see you around. Actually, I don't usually do this. I've only done it once we started, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm hitting on all 8 centers. Inky Kong says, we're definitely not here to be your emotional dumpster. That's just kind of my thing, Kong. I'm like, you know, the people who come here know what we're all about. It's not like a big fucking surprise. Like, what are these guys doing hanging out? It says AMC GME Live. We've been here 4 fucking years. Hang on, stand by. Chuck says, because their shares, there are 6,006 total, then dropped to 606. What is the multiplier there? I'm not shilling, just pointing out the obvious. I bust my ass for my money just to be stolen by Wall Street. Let me ask you, Chuck, what's your goal here today? I'm assuming you can hear my voice loud and clear. What do you want? Do you want us to tell you we feel sorry for you? Do you want us to tell you that, what do you want? You want somebody to tell you you got fucked? Oh, okay, Chuck, you got fucked. Wall Street stole your money. On your way then. What do you want? You want all of us to join in and agree with you and say, yeah, Chuck, we all got ripped off. Well, here's a newsflash, sport. We don't feel that way. We think that it's just a matter of time before this plays off. No, well then you're not going to get that here, Chuck. He says you want validation that we agree. We don't agree. Yep. It's not any one particular thing. It wasn't a reverse split. It wasn't the ape shares. If you want something to be angry about, be angry that they can naked short without finding a source to infinity. Be mad about that. If you want to be angry that right now you're down, and I'm assuming you're just down on paper, that you weren't dumb enough to buy high and sell low, but if you're still holding, then understand, if you want to be mad about something, be mad about the appropriate things. It's silly to run around and say, I got fucked by ape, or I got fucked by a reverse split. Those things were mechanisms that were used to keep the company alive. Do you understand, Chuck? Those were things done to keep us out of bankruptcy. The very things you're pissed off about are the things that literally keep make our stock still have value.
If I can, so Chuck, I see he just said you think it was a fair shake by button removal. So why are you pissed at AMC? AMC is the one being targeted, right? They were trying to bankrupt it. You're pissed at AMC, really? Be pissed at the market. Be pissed at everyone who's doing what they're doing, right?
Yeah, I know.
What you got into is you got into a position.
So we can hear this guy out.
So Chuck, you got into a position where you were hoping to make a quick buck by the hedge fund screwing themselves over because they got in a bad position. Well, guess what? You picked a fight with the biggest financial people in the stock market, right? You expected them to roll over overnight and say, "Yeah, you got us. Here's all my money." No, in a way you signed up for it, right? So I don't get it why you're pissed off. All of us are down in this position. But all of us are sticking together.
That's my thing, Chuck. If you think you're entitled to some sort of special butt hurt, like it's really kind of arrogant, Chuck. It's kind of offensive to the rest of us. You're not the only guy here who's down. I'm down like 95%. So when you come in and you join the 20 or 30 of us and you start out with all of this, it gives the impression that you're somehow special, like you're the only person who's down, and you're not. You know, but what we have a problem with, or I particularly have a problem with, is I think you want to vent anger, and I get that. It's not particularly fun. It's not what we come here for, because it's boring. But you want to vent anger because your position is down. But it's my humble opinion, you're mad at all the wrong things. And more importantly, being mad isn't going to get you your money back, Chuck. You know, I've been around a little bit. You're never going to achieve any sort of real wealth or profitability in life by just stomping around being mad. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work that way. You have to be analytical.
Wait,
you have
Pirate. Sorry, but Chuck just said, nope, I bought in 2019 before any of this ever happened. Didn't you just say that you were heavy in ape? Like you're starting to lose focus here.
Yeah.
Were you in ape?
No, but I think he said he started in 2019 and he's been there ever since.
Yeah, but then what's the deal with ape, right? Like, are you complaining about ape, or are you complaining that we're targeted with naked shorts? And then if so, what are you pissed about? What should we do? Should we all sell? What do you want us to do now? Okay, you bought ape as well. And what do you want us to do? Okay, you're angry, you're upset. Tell us, what do we do now?
He said before he wanted validation that we all agree with him. And I was trying to, in a respectful way, say that, well, you're not going to get that here. I tried to point out that he is the outlier. And I think I can speak for most folks here, because I like to think I have my finger on the pulse, at least what this group feels about things. And the simple fact is, we're not pleased that it's taking so long. If we are angry with someone, it's not the things that he's angry with. But again, you say to yourself, okay, you're mad, you feel like you got, I guess what his last statement was, that he got robbed by Wall Street. I'm like, well, yeah. if you really believe that, Chuck, there's a real possibility that you should probably not involve yourself with it. What if you walk down an alley and somebody robs you blind? Wouldn't you avoid that alley? So if you believe you got mugged, if you believe they just fucking raped you from Wall Street, I would argue that as your friend, you would do well to stay away from it. You probably want to avoid that. Just chalk it up as a loss. Say your money's gone. I wouldn't advise anybody book the loss, because you still stand a chance that someday it may come back. So why go ahead and make it official? But I would, if I was you, and if you're honest in how you feel here, you would probably be well served not to mess around with Wall Street. And I mean that in all sincerity. You're probably a good dude in real life. And so, you know, I don't want to see anybody continue to make mistakes. You missed the point, Chuck. It's a metaphor. He says I would go back in that alley and serve justice. Well, I'm sorry that you lost your money, Chuck. At least, I don't know, you didn't say whether you booked the lot. You said you haven't sold anything. So I'm assuming that you're still holding, which means, I mean, this is like basic shit. It's almost boring to talk about, but I'll say it for the 100,000th time. You haven't lost anything because you haven't sold. Donkey Kong just said the same thing. So, you know, all you can do is go about your daily life. And one of two things has happened. Either your money's gone, Chuck, or you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. You know, Chuck, that's the only two options, right? There is no third choice. Either your money's gone, or you just have to wait longer. That's it. So let us know which one of those you pick. I'd be curious to hear. I don't know, almost 9 o'clock, 30 minutes, just a little bit shy of 30 minutes into the trading day. And the Florida Panhandle here at Pirates Camelot, my castle, covered in snow. For those of you who haven't been keeping up, 1896, I think, was the last time Pensacola got 5 inches of snow in one day. I think that's what, 130 years ago or 200 years, whatever. Yeah, 5 inches of snow in a single day. We shattered that record yesterday. We had 5 inches by sunset. But AMC is trading at $3.51, much to the chagrin of Chuck. And GameStop is off its intraday high of 28.02. It saw 5 minutes ago. It's back down to 27.93. Chuck said he sold some on run-ups and bought more on the dips. He's basically quadrupled his position. Well, there you go, Chuck. I'm glad that you took action as you saw fit. Most of us here haven't sold because it was just our theory was pretty simple: buy and hold. But appreciate you sharing the details of how you've worked on that.
I, for one, haven't sold the share. And I remember watching it when we passed $70 years ago, and I was like getting ready to see hundreds, and I was like 70 something, and then it slowed down and stopped. I was like, this is it? Yeah. And I just got back to work. Because I knew, even back then, I knew I'm not in it for this. This isn't a squeeze, so. But I'm not a good trader. I'm not a trader at all. So when I feel confident that yeah we squeezed and it's all done and dusted, that's when I'm gonna look at this. Yeah, so far today on AMC we had a low of 347, high of 355. So yeah, we're within 8 cents move. It does seem like they are pumping Nvidia. Feels like they need some liquidity. Nvidia's up 4.28%.
Mr. Blackmore, what's your chosen profession? If you don't mind me asking, how do you generate income in real life? What is your career, sir? If you don't mind sharing, I'm curious. Oh, that's right. You shared that with me the other day. I forgot. I apologize for the shortcomings of my memory. Yeah, I remember you from last week. You seem to be struggling, Chuck. You having a hard time? I know this isn't the first day that you and I have danced this dance. Are you struggling? He says, yeah. Well, that's unfortunate, Chuck, but you'll have to, as a Marine, you understand the concept of taking responsibility for your own actions. So unfortunately, if you have put more at risk here than you should have, and I remember what you telling me the last time we spoke, that you told me a pretty impressive amount of money you have at play here. You have to take responsibility for that, Sergeant. I'm assuming, I shouldn't assign you a rank. I don't know if you were enlisted or not, but you got to take some personal responsibility. If you broke the rules and put more into this, then you should have. That's on you, man. And it's important that people. I'm a big believer in taking responsibility, personal responsibility. So maybe reconsider that, and there'll be a learning lesson in this for you going forward. Hey, Tubby, good to see you join us this morning. Tom said that's a Navy move, spending more than you have. That's funny, Tom.
Well, Chuck, from what you say, you're watching the charts and technical levels of resistance. Well, I mean, that kind of tells me that you're looking at this as a fundamental play, and I don't think AMC and GME work as other stocks do, based on fundamentals and what's expected, and support and resistance. Because that would work if we weren't heavily manipulated, but I think it's clear to see for the last almost 4 years that manipulation is the main thing. Well, manipulation and crime are the main characteristics of how these charts look like.
We'll see you, Tom D. Come back when you can, brother.
Yeah.
I've said this before, talking about Chuck's comments about technical analysis. Apply a little bit of good old country boy common sense to this. If technical analysis was guaranteed, if it was something that worked, Why aren't all the technical analysis guys cruising around on their yachts and living the fucking dream of a gentleman of leisure? And the simple answer to that is because it doesn't. The absolute most that technical analysis or charts can give you is maybe, and I'm going to say this as clearly and slowly as I can, a very slight edge. I've been over this so many times with the people who who love technical analysis and think that it's the end all be all. If technical analysis worked, all these TA guys would be billionaires, and they're not. They're all a bunch of people sitting behind keyboards trying to squeeze out a 10% fucking win on something. So, you know, the whole, and then another thing, the whole concept of it's easy, it's not complicated. That's a little silly to say, Chuck, in my humble opinion. It is complicated. You say just buy the bottoms and sell the tops. Someone tried to point this out earlier. I think it was MacNetBees. That's an easy statement to make, but it's harder to identify in real life. Now, if what you meant to say was sell stocks when they're profitable, take profits, then I would embrace that theology. But when I hear somebody say just sell the tops and buy the bottoms, the very first question I would ask is the one that was put to you earlier is, how do you identify what a top and a bottom is? See, it's easy to look back on yesterday's charts while, you know, somebody's digging boogers with one finger and pointing at the screen with their other finger and go, right there, there's the top, and see here at this V, this is the bottom. When it becomes a little more challenging is right now when you look at that screen and GameStop's at 27.79 and you can't see the next 4 hours of action. Say, well, is 27.79, is that the high of the day or is that the low? So I'm yet to see anybody who can pick highs and lows with any sort of accuracy and regularity. No one can do it. It's a fucking lie. Anybody who claims they can is a complete and utter bullshitter. The most you can hope for is you get into a stock, and then if it goes green for you, it's up to you to decide how much profit you want to make before you rake some of the casino's money off the top and go about your business. If the trade goes against you, you have two fucking choices. Dollar cost average down and hope that you miss the bottom and you're going to go ahead and get a few more at a discount, or market as you shit the bed and it'll never see this price again, at least not in the time frame you want it to, and your money's gone. So
Pirate, I can give with decent accuracy to one person out of 100, and they're gonna make money. Like I'm gonna take 100 people, I'm gonna split them in half and say, okay, to half I'm gonna say, this stock is going up, to the other one I'm saying it's going down.
Yep.
And then if we go up, I'm gonna go back to the 50 that I told go up, and I'm gonna split them again.
Tell them you're a genius. Tell them you're a genius. Go back and tell them, see, I told you I was right.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can do this up to 8 times, and that after the 8th time, you have one person and to that one person, you've told 8 times the correct, which way we're going to go.
I like that. Yeah, you look like a god to him.
Yeah,
you look like a fucking god to him. For that one guy, you're like, God damn, this dude is right every fucking time.
Yeah. And
yep,
then you can squeeze them out of their money. Look, did you see what I did? Tell me someone else who can do this 8 times, 8 days in a row, get you exactly where we're going to move. Right, and that's how you squeeze money out of people. Because if all these people who are so good at TA would be that good, they wouldn't need to make money on YouTube and on streams and, waiting for donations and stuff like that. They could make money in the market. So anyone who I see, taking in donations and doing this as a streamer, no. That's why I appreciate what Casey was doing, because first of all, he wasn't monetized. Second of all, it was just, looking at history, it was a guessing game. If we're gonna, everybody could guess where we're gonna go, and he would keep track and stuff. But it was a game, it was a play. It was never like, oh, we're gonna go there and we're gonna see this and it's gonna happen like that. So
Chuck, let me ask you, you seem very transparent and willing to share. What's your cell number, Chuck? If we see blue skies and sunshine goes quote unquote to the moon, everything takes off today. Today, tomorrow, the rest of this week. Where do you start selling, Chuck? Price point. Say the first share, first 10, first block of 100. What do you like going forward as your sell number? Be real curious. For AMC specifically. Come on now, B Streets. We're just having a conversation here, man.
Oh, good.
I mean, he's been respectful, and he's been, and that's in keeping with Papa Mac's rules. And Preacher doesn't seem to be eager to ban him. So until he runs afoul of and shows a lack of politeness and respect, I don't have any reason to. Chuck says, that depends. I would probably sell all his AME at his $4 and lower shares at the $40 gap fill. Well, that's interesting. See, that tells us a great deal about you, Chuck, and I'm not passing a judgment on you. I'm just saying you are once again completely out of line with what the rest of us think here. For most of us here, and I can tell you most of the people here, they wouldn't even consider selling a single share until we see $300 or $400. And probably 90% of the people we've associated with for 4 years would be repulsed at the idea of selling at $300 and $400. So it's interesting that you would consider unloading shares at a $40 price tag. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, but still, I mean, because, okay, you say you have way more shares for over 40, but, it's still showing the lack of trust in this play, right? So you're still looking at it as a trade to make money. We're looking at it as a short squeeze play.
Okay. He's entitled to that.
Yeah,
he's entitled to that. He's looking at this as a fucking scalp or a day trade or something. We're in this, Chuck, for the squeeze. I know that's not trendy. After 4 years, I know it's not trendy. Yeah, we don't give a fuck about 10x, Chuck. 10x ain't shit. That's rookie numbers. You need to pump those numbers up. Most of us didn't come here for a swing trade. I could have done 10x off of Nvidia. I could have done 10x off of Palantir. I could have done 10x off of SoFi. I could have done 10x off of so many. We're not here. See, that's the difference between you and us, and that might be where a little bit of the friction's coming from. Sounds like you're in this for, a 10x or a 10 bagger. This group is here for generational wealth, a once in a lifetime chance. See, I can go all over the internet and find a 10x play over the course of 2 or 3 years. I don't mean to say that I can pick it off of a tree like an apple. I'm not that bold. But over the course of 3 to 4 years, I can do a 10x. I can do 10x in real estate. What I'm here for is I personally have identified an opportunity to do something that's extreme, incredibly rare. And for that's what I'm here for. And that's what the majority of us are here for. So that accounts for some of the friction that I'm starting to feel.
Another motto that the ape community has for years, it's no sell. I mean, I'm probably not pronouncing it right, but until we see the heads of hedge funds go into jail, there's a lot of people who are not selling, because we're also fighting for the injustice. We don't want this to be a one and done and then they continue naked shorting. Because a lot of people in here, Chuck
said he's in this for the squeeze as well, but he needs to take his original money back from Wall Street. Well, here's the issue with that, Chuck. If every ape does what you're doing, there won't be a squeeze. See, you want all of us to hold for squeeze money, and you're willing to ride that squeeze, but you want to make sure you get your seed money back so you don't have any risk in it. And that's troubling for those of us who said, listen, the whole mantra of we're holding together as a group so that as a cooperative unit, we all see more profits. But if every single swinging dick says, well, yeah, as soon as it runs up, I'm going to get my money back and I'll let the rest run, it'll never run. At least not to the incredible heights that we are anticipating. Either way, man, we welcome you among us, Chuck. It's not your first day here, but you're relatively new. We encourage you to hang out with us. We tried to the extent that we can to remain positive, keep it a pleasurable atmosphere, keep it fun. We never wanted our streams or our live chats to just turn into a piss and moan, a place where people just show up every fucking day and either complain about health issues, who died recently, or how much money they've lost. It's just not a fun place to be. And most of us come here 100% for the fun. We don't come here for stock advice or looking for an edge of when to get in and get out. I don't have any desire to be around people who need to find their investment advice from strangers on the internet anyhow. So just consider that. We like having new people here, but what we're really looking for is people who are enjoyable to be around, and pleasant, and I'll leave it at that.
Look, I mean, I think the thing is with the group of people that we have here, and a lot more that are, well, just got on with their lives because they don't have, all those hours for 4 years to just stick around, is that we're holding also for each other. So we're fighting these dark forces in the stock market, and we want them to lose, not just in this one trade, but we want them gone, basically. And we're holding for each other, right? Because not everybody can afford to get thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of shares. So we also want the small guys to make bank and to win from this. And you, in a way, coming in with a position like this, it's like, well, I'm going to ride off your backs and 10x my position and whatever, which it's more than okay with at the same time, because we need people to sell for us to go higher, right? There needs to be volume coming in, also selling for this to be higher. And well, it's gonna be on you, because you're saying you're gonna buy, let's say, at 40, right? Actually, let's do a small exercise. You're gonna sell at 40 and you're gonna buy it back on the lows, right? But if we're looking, let's put AMC maybe on a daily, right? Let's see what this.
Well, he seemed to imply that he was going to sell at 40 in order to get his seed money back, and that he would let the rest run. I think that's what he said.
Well, that's okay, but he could see what 20x and then sell, right? So maybe if it's 80 or 100, he will sell or whatever. But we see pre-pandemic, so we're looking before 2019, right? So pre-pandemic, we were sitting at levels between, what's this here? Sorry, 70, the lowest, so 2017 to 60 to 70, right? So you might end up selling at 40, but then the lows after the squeeze might be 70 and up, right? So you're not going to buy on the lows. Because once the squeeze is over, the fundamental AMC price is not at 350, it's not at 4, it's not at 10, right? This, you could look at this and say this is fundamental, right? But even then, we're not looking at all the improvements that have been made since then. The popcorn, the theater upgrades, the beverages, the snacks, everything that's now AMC that brings in a lot more income and more value. Those are not costed in, they're not added into the fundamental price. So fundamentally, you're never, after the squeeze, I doubt you're ever going to see anything below $40 on AMC. So, you know, you might come during the squeeze, and well, I just hope we're not gonna see you around like upset that why did we not sell and why did you sell at such low prices. That's might not be an enjoyable time for you. Yeah, so Chuck is saying, it's just when I see this shit barcoding, it's just a joke and very annoying, and sometimes I get kind of pissed. If it gaps fills 40, it won't stay there for long, is all I'm saying. That's when I would watch for it to start to find a base. And the thing is, okay, but what are you pissed at then? Because it sounds like you're pissed at AMC. It sounds like you're pissed at us.
He said he was pissed at bar coding. He's pissed at the bar coding, which means he's pissed because nothing's happening. Mm-hmm. It's and I'm not trying to play fucking psychologist here, but it sounds like impatience. Yep. I'll tell you what, I'm not pissed at bar coding because bar coding to me represents a bottom. I'm pissed that it's still falling. See, if you want to play the piss and moan game, I can jump in. I can say, we're still falling. I was pissed when we broke the single-digit midgets below 10. Then we fell to 5, and I thought, okay, this is it, 5. And then I thought, well, I went on record and told my friend John Hannaford in UK and a lot of other folks. I said, well, maybe we're going to visit 338 to 385 again, and I think that will be the low. And now we're at 349. So I would argue, Chuck, that we're not even barcoding. We're still falling. We haven't found a bottom, because in order for you to identify a bottom, you got to see some appreciable upside. So if you want to be, if you're looking for something to be mad about, which I know people like that they're eager to be pissed, find the right thing to be mad about. And I would argue that, we're not barcoding, we're still falling. Maybe not on a 1 minute or 5 minute chart, but we're still falling. Tendies, Chuck is, he's struggling, man. I'm extending him probably more courtesy than I should, but he benefits from being a brother in arms. He's a military veteran, and I those guys hold a special place in my heart. So I'm probably being a little more accommodating than I normally would. But it's not his first day with us, but he's relatively new. And at his own admission, he's put more into this play than he should have. And he's nervous about it. So trying to help him out. It's better than dead airspace. We don't have a lot to talk about right now. The stock's not doing anything. The shares aren't doing anything. Nobody's got any particularly interesting stories to tell, so I thought it would be interesting to hear more about what was giving Chuck so much heartburn, and maybe, just maybe, help him come to a better mindset. We get it, attendees. He's like, all I hear is Chuck, 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 but I see no Chuck. That's because I'm certain that he's been included in your list of people that have been banned. That's not surprising, attendees.
So Chuck is saying, yeah, I think twos are incoming and I have ammo waiting. Okay, so then you're basically not pissed that we're barcoding. You're upset that we're not low enough, I guess.
Really? No, I think you're confused, Chuck. You don't understand how it works. For you to be banned would mean that nobody can see you.
Yeah. So basically, Tendies just muted.
For you to be blocked, Chuck, means that somewhere in the past you've aggravated someone, or what? I shouldn't say aggravated. Something has happened that's caused other people to say, I no longer listen. I no longer care to hear what this guy has to say. So on an individual basis, they can block you. But that's a completely different thing to being banned. If you were banned, you would just disappear, and no one of the 30 people here could hear you right now. So hope you understand a little clearer now how that works. He says echo chambers don't like common sense talk sometimes, not banned here. No, we're not trying to promote an echo chamber. It's just I can't say this any clearer. It's not any fun being around somebody who just fucking whines all the time. It's like being stuck in a goddamn foxhole with a crybaby. It doesn't get anywhere. You got to embrace the fucking suck, move forward, but nobody wants to be next to a crybaby motherfucker who never stops whining. And it's, for us, we spend 8 hours a day here, Chuck. We don't just pop in for 15 or 20 minutes. We stay 8 to 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday. So we kind of shun complainers, the piss and moaners, the whiners. We seek our entertainment in other places. I'm not throwing stones at you if you want to engage in that sort of activity. I'm just trying to impress upon you that that's just not what we do here. It's boring. Right on. I mean, few minutes before 9:30, Florida Panhandle Pirate Time. And on Preacher's stream, we find AMC trading at $3.51. Just a little under 1% in the green, while GameStop is hovering at $27.76. Itself up 1.02%. Lena says, make up your mind. Are you in the play or not? I'm getting whiplash from all the double talk. I don't mean to speak for Chuck. He can certainly type for himself. But Melina, I think he's made it clear that he said he's in and he's holding.
Well,
he's been here for 6 years.
Melina wrote just a message up. If you check, he said like, "Whoa, Chuck is all over the place. First, he is crying about all the money he has lost. Now he is saying, I have more money waiting to buy more."
Oh yeah, I apologize, Melina. I didn't see your previous message, and that's a fair observation.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because when I want to buy more, I want to buy it cheap and I'm excited. Like, oh yes, bring it lower, fuckers. Come on, dig your hole even bigger. That's what I'm feeling when I have some powder to buy. A bit strange. Especially you're pissed that the price is low, but then you're...
Oh, I got nothing but love for you, Melina. You know that.
I don't know. I'm just confused. If people are upset, they definitely don't want to throw more money at it, right? Because if you're upset, that means you don't trust it. You don't trust the play, you don't trust your investment. And even if you're stuck, you're not selling now, but you wouldn't put more money into it. So I'm still confused a bit. But yeah, maybe it's just, looking for a place to vent and to let out some of the frustration. I think we just need a bit of Trump power in the stock markets. We need him to get his attention a bit to the crap happening in the markets. And if he's gonna take one of his signature snap decisions into correcting this, we might see an overnight swing. Who knows?
I wouldn't hold my breath for that, Preacher. I think the most you could hope for in the near term is a public announcement that he's going to ask for an investigation. That's normally how it works in Washington. They'll say, well,
I need to appoint somebody to look into this. It's come to my attention that somebody's been involved in, somebody has been naughty. And because of that, they say, we're going to go ahead and appoint an outside counsel. We're going to hire some lawyers and an investigative team. We're going to give them the power of subpoena and start bringing people in to testify under oath, find out if a crime did, and if you have news of that breaks, then that's the sort of thing that can move markets.
I don't know, because here it's more of a question, but like in the power he has, can't he just say, well, it's been brought to my attention that some people in the stock market might be naked shorting, which is basically creating money out of thin air because you're selling things you don't have. And I'm gonna make it as of today. I'm making it illegal, and if anybody's found doing naked shorting, they're going to jail for the rest of their lives, right? I'm just wondering, is that outside of his jurisdiction to do?
Well, a president can order an executive order on just about anything. He can make an executive order tomorrow that demands that all people buy cheeseburgers at 1 o'clock today. It doesn't necessarily mean it'll hold up to judicial scrutiny. But the bigger thing to consider is, would he do that? You need to understand, although this is very important to us, our lives revolve around this. Most of us revolve around this play, the heavy hitters. And because of that, we're very myopic. All we see is the target that's in front of us. Trump has 2 world wars, a failing economy overall, runaway inflation, a banking system that may fail. He has, I'm just giving you, that's a whole laundry list of things that are way ahead of us in terms of if you're the big man. If you wake up and you sit in his office, there may be some squeaky noise in the background about how they fucked over his DJT and his True Social and Devin Nunes saying they got, naked shorts. But that's just a little complaint in a room full of really big issues. Like I said, so we're going to have to wait our turn until some of these other more pressing issues become.
I know for sure. I'm not saying it's going to come tomorrow. I'm just saying, in the next months, quarters.
Yeah, Dario, the border, deportations, all of that. But yeah, he could. I think he could do. I mean, like I said, a president can order all sorts of executive orders. And what normally happens is if somebody takes umbrage with that, a court, normally somebody will bring a lawsuit. They'll sue the government and say this isn't good and proper. And then in our system, it has to go up through the courts and let judges decide whether he got out of line or not. And that can take some time. You can get what they call injunctive relief, where a judge comes out and says, Donald Trump made a law today that says no more short selling, but we're going to suspend that right now. We're going to hold that until we can look into it further. So I wouldn't. It's not logical to think that will ever transpire. What's far more likely is eventually he'll say, by the way, we are disbanding the FBI because they weaponized the government. They tried to throw an election, blah, 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 blah. And also, we are shutting down the Board of Education in the United States because we don't need a federal Board of Education. Each state can take their money and do what they want. And oh, by the way, I have reconvened. I've asked the Attorney General to start an investigation into crimes in the stock market that there's been manipulation. They won't just pull out short selling, naked short sales. What they'll do is they'll say, we're going to start an investigation into market manipulation and fraud. And if you hear something like that, that would be earth-shattering. That just a statement like that would literally, you feel the earthquake beneath your feet, because it's logical that they don't just say that. That means that they're going to appoint somebody. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, will pick some young, enterprising lawyer who wants to become famous and has lived their whole life for a case like this, and she'll say, you need to look into this, just like they did, all the other things. So that's how it works.
Guess we're gonna have to wait and see. Because, you know, it's, well, the, what's it called? The election phase is behind us, right? So the phase of making all the promises to everyone has passed. Yep. Now it's
the election cycle, yep, where they go around and give their speeches on why you should elect them.
You know, my hope for someone like this was coming out from outside the political sphere, because, you know, as a side note, we know that everybody was into politics, and this is globally, I'm pretty sure, not the US only. They're doing it to get rich, because they don't get rich on the salary, they get rich on the side money that comes in, especially with the lobbying that's going on in US, right? So someone coming out from outside the political sphere, of course it's again, because it's Donald Trump, he was there before, but he doesn't need that money, right? So there's a hope, at least from the way I look at things, there's a hope that he's not going to take decisions that are just in the benefit of corporations and, you know, the richest of the rich, because he has all the money.
That makes him dangerous.
Yeah.
It makes him very dangerous.
He can't be pocketed, he can't be manipulated, he can't be bought. So that's why I'm, you know, there's hope in this. And the thing is,
that's why the world powers, the Ubermensch, the top 1% of the 1% wanted nothing to do with him being in the White House. Because the moment he took the oath of office, their power was diminished by half. You just touched on it, preacher. The biggest part of their power was their ability to bribe others to make your dreams come true. I've said many times, how many people who come from nowhere but fuck America could go to Washington, D.C., sit in a room or a hotel room with a guy who says, look, we can make everybody you love fabulously wealthy. Your daughter, your sons, your brothers, your elderly mother, all of those people are going to be fabulously wealthy beyond your dreams. Full refrigerators, no more worrying about rent, a home that you own outright. You'll never have to work a day again in your life doing anything you don't want to. All you need to do is pick up the phone when I call.
Yep.
Can you imagine how hard it would be to say no to that? I know everybody sits around today in their fucking stocking feet like I am right now and goes, yeah, I would be that guy because I have honor and integrity. Well, bullshit. Most people, when the fucking rubber hits the road, would take the fucking money, because you only live once, and who wants to see their family live in less than comfortable conditions so they can stand on principle? Very, very few people would have the fucking...
To add on that, pirate, like, if you're not taking the money, you're probably gonna end up blackmailed and out of your job, or even worse, killed, right?
Yeah, they're gonna load your fucking computer up with kiddie porn. They're gonna kick the door in. They're gonna say that you were a pedo, and off you go.
Yeah.
So you can either take all the fucking money or be destroyed. Well, that's not a hard decision to make. Trump is immune to that. He said it the last night the night before last when he was signing those things. One of those asshole journalists asked him something about I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was even his Trump coin. And he laughed and he said, I don't need the money. See, people don't understand. A man his age, his legacy is more important than money. See, this is hard for young people to comprehend, because young people are still trying to make their way in the world. But I promise you, the time comes for every man where when he's dead and gone, his legacy, meaning what the world remembers him by, is far more valuable than any cash in the bank. Because it's the closest you can come to immortality. See, when you get older, you think more and more about dying and leaving this mortal plane. And you have to say, if you come to terms with it and say, listen, there's no escaping this. No matter how smart you think you are, no matter how much smarter than everybody in the room, we all meet the same fate. And for a lot of folks who are accomplished and very, successful financially, it becomes a point where they say, I want to be remembered well. So their actions are driven more about how history will perceive them than how many more extra houses or yachts they can get. And that's where Trump is at. He's just benefited from the fact that he's already rich, so he's not tempted to take the money like any normal person would take. So the fact that he doesn't need the fucking money, it's an inoculation, a vaccine, if you will, that makes him impervious to all of the biggest weapon that all these evildoers have is preacher, I know you're a good person, but do you realize how much money I'm getting ready to give you? And you're gonna have to put your principles aside, and do what I want. And for the most part, politicians will succumb to that. They hate him because they don't have that tool in their toolbox. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have buttons they can push. Vanity, he's prideful. There's a way that you can probably make an effort to manipulate Trump. I don't know how successful you will be, but I would argue that increasing his wealth would be the silliest way to go about it. If you want to get an understanding of how American politics work on a different level beyond what the average person just reads, take some time and seek out Matt Gaetz. His name is M-A-T-T, like Matthew, Gaetz, G-A-E-T-Z. He was our representative to Congress. He just stepped down. I don't know if he's doing podcasts or whatever. His father is a senator, I believe. But he's got a lot of stuff on YouTube right now. I would encourage you to read some of that. He doesn't just make vague accusations. He names names. And he tells you exactly on simple terms that a 5-year-old can understand how the Washington bribe system works. He shows really clearly how you get elected as a senator, and the first thing that happens is all of your family members get hired. They either go to work for a committee or a political action committee, or they become lobbyists, and they become the conduit where all the money flows to the candidate. And it is repugnant in every way. But Matt Gaetz doesn't make these accusations. He lays it out in excruciating detail of exactly how it works, how they use money, cash money now. I'm talking about not a wire transfer or a fund of any of those things intrabank. I'm talking about briefcases full of cash that get moved from one hand to another. The candidate never touches it because that would be against the law. But it's okay if his son, daughter, cousin, second nephew, twice removed, brother-in-law, those people are the bagmen. They carry the cash, and it's not illegal. It's all done as a donation to some sort of LLC, and it's really eye-opening. So take a few moments, look up Matt Gaetz, and specifically look up Matt Gaetz speaking about lobbyists, and it will make your blood boil. On that note, I've got to go about my morning toiletries. I gotta go take a dump. I'll be back in a little bit, folks.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to step away for a bit.
No problem. How are you doing today, preacher?
Still fighting off a flu, so feeling like crap, but yeah, still
Yeah,
alive.
sorry.
So
Sorry to hear that. I think everybody on the planet's had something in the last week or so.
yeah. They might have spread out, I don't know, COVID 2.0 and just waiting so that everybody gets it before they make it official. I don't know.
Yeah.
How are you, dude?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's hump day. We're halfway through the week. It's snowing in Florida, or it snowed in Florida. Pirate woke up to a winter wonderland. Did you see his pictures?
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible for Florida. I bet it's been since the Ice Ages since they had that much.
It's like the whole climate is shifting, because with me growing up, we used to have like things were so, winters were so dramatic, you know, and now it's nothing. It's just barely any snow. I think we had what, like 3 inches of snow, 4 inches maybe at most this winter. I remember when I was a kid, sometimes I would get out of because I was living in a building of flats. I would step outside to go to school, and like the snow was taller than me. Like we were digging tunnels under the snow. Like, you know, you were fully under the snow, and you would dig tunnels to the main street and like try to make your way. We had like a small garden, because I was living on the ground floor. We had like a small garden in front of the building. We would literally build tunnels in that thing, and you would walk up straight. Of course, I was a kid, but we were just chasing each other through the tunnels in the snow. So
That's crazy.
That was crazy.
No more, huh?
Yeah, no more.
Yeah, when I was a kid, it snowed a lot more here in Oklahoma. In the past couple of decades, we've had a few ice storms. I mean, where Tulsa is in relation to what we call the ice line, right? Basically, from Kansas, when you step into Oklahoma, that's what we call the ice line. It goes from snow to ice, and snow is much better than ice. Ice is horrible. So
yeah, definitely.
We've had quite a few bouts of that and some big snows in the last couple of decades. But as a kid, I don't know that it was ever taller than me, but we had 3 or 4 snows every year of, you know, a foot and a half or so over a 2 or 3 day period, and you just don't see much of that anymore.
Definitely, there is some global change. But the thing is, you know, even before humanity had such a big impact on the world, before we started settling and, you know, the industrial era began, there's always been ebbs and flows, you know, with the ice age and everything going on. So
yeah, everything's cyclical, you know. I think they call it a 10,000 or a 20,000 year cycle. I can't remember, but yeah, so kind of interesting. But this old rock, she's a changing, man.
yep, that's true. And we're here just for like a sliver of it, you know, until the next big event comes and wipes us all out, and we're spending time arguing with each other on the internet.
Yeah, I think we can feel comfortable that we've been given a good amount of pretty quiet time here on this planet in the last couple thousand years. So,
like we're in the perfect eye of the storm, basically, if you look at it. like in the few billion
Time wise, yeah.
yeah, the billions of years that this planet had since, you know, it started forming. And then you had like all the eras where you had like so much vegetation that once basically a fire started, it wiped out almost the whole planet, and then it was all covered in just smoke, and that caused an ice age. Like those times were huge. So right now to have like an environment where we can live, you know, to have the good living conditions for that long, for us to evolve this much, that's already crazy.
Yep, that is pretty interesting. Think about how many planets out there don't get that opportunity to sit still long enough to, you know, produce something.
But I don't have my glasses. Pirate, did you come out of the closet as black? Did you say I'm black, bitches? What?
There you go, man. Mission accomplished.
Feel lighter?
Whew. Notice the snow's beginning to slide off the roof in chunks. Lots of, just now almost 10 o'clock, and I just saw some dripping off the water's dripping off the drip edges. We had a lot of icicles this morning where I guess it had started to melt last night and then refroze. But yeah, lots of melt going on right now.
Oh, that's right. You got a metal roof too, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, when that does come off, it'll come off in big sheets.
Yeah, big sheets.
Well, Pirate, if you expect more snow, you can buy one of those tools, or maybe even rent it if it's available. But I doubt you would have it for rent there. There's things. It's like a long, well, it looks like a mop, right? It's kind of well, it's basically a tool to clean snow off buildings. If you would have one of those, you know, your boys, if they want to make some extra money, just going around and taking the snow off. Now, it's a bit of an investment because you need it to snow heavy enough where they recover the money and then make a profit. But nobody's equipped for that right now. So if you're going to have heavier snow, it is a risk. When that snow comes, it comes usually in all at once.
Yeah, because heavy. Yeah.
Over here, like on roofs, especially the slightly more sloped ones, we have these things like snow breaks, where the snow actually stops on those so it doesn't fall off, or it doesn't fall off all at once, which I really doubt people over there have.
Yeah, they have some of those in the United States. It's not in the South, but they have them up north.
But yeah, I mean, you can look at it as a, you know, make lemonade basically. Try to take advantage of it.
Break Nation Sports talking about being fast in the bathroom. Have you ever heard of a LAPES? BNS, LAPES. That stands for Low Altitude Parachute Extraction System. And what that is when a plane flies over a combat area, 130, and the ramp and door would open up, and they don't even land. They just fly about 200 feet off the deck. A parachute comes out the back, and it creates drag, and it sucks out like a Jeep or a piece of artillery. And it crashes to the ground and the plane goes on its way. The wheels never touch down. It's called a LAPES. I approach my my trips to the bathroom in that same fashion. I don't linger long. Sometimes I don't even need to sit down. I can just hover over the bowl and be on my way. It's fast and furious. So yeah, doesn't take me long, man. Kind of consider it like an airdrop. I'm all about efficiencies, man. I have no idea who Dom Toretto is. I'm afraid to look, but
That would be the main guy from Fast and Furious, so like the sci-fi car movies.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, I think they included some of those parachute extractions on some of those Fast and Furious movies. I get it now.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any of those. I think I saw the very first one. What was it called? X. I think that was maybe that's a different series, but yeah.
I think you're just thinking about the Triple X, the other Vin Diesel movie. He was
Yeah. Vin Diesel. I think that's the only Vin Diesel movie I've seen. That's not true. I saw the one where he was like a blind dude on an outer space, like a sci-fi flick. I saw that one as well.
Isn't that the Triple X movie? I think that's the one, the XXX or whatever.
Is that one and the same? It's a possibility.
I think so. Yeah, but BNS, I don't know if you know it. So if you put Vin Diesel and XXX on Google, you should see one of his other movies he's known for, at least in the beginning of his career. Or maybe that's just for us older people.
That's it. Pitch Black. Dynamite is helping me out. Pitch Black was the movie.
Black. Let me look that up. Okay, so yeah, apparently this Triple X thing, it was a different thing, like a different movie of his.
Yeah, Riddick wasn't bad.
Be careful if you go off the high side. It's not like a big blocks. Because the sun's
Yeah, I'm worried about Logan's convertible being parked that close. I'd hate to think what half of a roof full of snow hitting his Mustang would do to that convertible top. I don't know if he needs to move it away from the house. I just heard something crash a few seconds ago.
Yeah, I would move it, to be honest. Rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I don't know.
like big.
Yeah.
Your house is also tall enough so that if that thing falls, it's gonna have a lot of force. And with higher height, also like the distance increases from the edge of the roof. So.
Yeah, there's some big chunks coming down. thought about trying to video it, Jesse, but I know that it'll be an exercise in futility. I'll stand out there forever and nothing will fall. The very minute I turn my back, a piece of it will come down. So if it starts to fall with any regularity, I'll see if I can't get some of it on film, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's too random.
Reminds me of the, you know, the saying, like, when you lose your keys, they're always in the last thing you look for. And usually it's like, yeah, because then you stop looking. So of course it's in the last place.
Exactly. I didn't see the drip edges starting to get wet, Jesse, until about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. It just warmed up enough where it's overcoming those low temps to where it's melting.
Be right back.
I took Diesel out this morning, Jesse. He wanted nothing to do with it. He noped the fuck out. He's like, no, I'm going back in the house. He's such a pussy, man. You didn't get cold upstairs last night, did you?
But yeah, it's just very.
A little too late for that. I think she's already out. After 10 o'clock, Florida Panhandle, $3.50 for AMC, relatively unchanged this morning. $27.43 as GameStop finds itself in yet another minor downtrend, at least on a 1 minute chart. Bitcoin is still north of the $100,000 mark, just right around 104,000, I think. The Dow is in the green. And I'm afraid the other major indices, I missed that. I'll keep an eye out for that. Share that with you if I see it again. S&P is green, 6,086. The VIX is at 14.96 and falling. The S&P 500 is at 6,085. It's in the green. Thirty-year fixed mortgage is unchanged at $7.08%. The Dow's at 44,000 and change. There's the rest of your majors.
A lot of it's out. Not all of it.
Are those ducks right out there just beyond the sandbars? Little tiny ducks.
That's some little birds.
Yeah, there's something real small. I think it's a diving.
Little sandpipers or something.
You got some good pictures.
It's like a foot deep on the ramp, and it's not exactly. It's crazy. What is that? What? Wow. What's that sound? Oh! Gave my hand and watch it out. Is that funny? What? That was craziness.
I would have never believed it, Jesse. I'm amazed at all this wild shit that's happening. It's entertaining.
I did not like it. It's ground up. It's all set up. It's real thick. It's compacted. The bottom layers. It's like a fucking.
Yep. Lou and Talisa's out of town. I was going to go out and take a picture of their front yard because it looks so beautiful with those oak trees full and all that. But I was too lazy to go out in that damn cold.
Oh, thanks.
Tell them Diesel. Tell them all about it. One of the things it reminded me of, Jessica, is I forgot how quiet it gets when everything's under a layer of snow. It has that sound deadening, yeah, it has a muffling effect where it absorbs sound waves. Everything is like last night, it was as quiet as a funeral home.
That's not far. I just went out there, Mom. So, it's all compacted.
Yeah, watch for like 40, 50-pound chunks of snow sliding off the roof.
You see the big icicles? Be careful if you go on there. It's water. That's what she's doing. It's up all over it. I thought you could see people's little plus right way right across the yard. It's so funny.
Let's pretend the global warming is resolved.
That mean Greta Thunberg has to get a real job now? John Kerry flying around the world in this private fucking jet while he tells everybody else we need to give up our cars and ride bicycles. You gotta be a special kind of asshole to participate in shit like that.
Yeah, even more than that, it's like Zuckerberg with his mega yacht telling people to, you know.
Oh yeah, 300-foot long mega yacht telling everybody else that we should pedal bicycles.
Yeah.
It's another example of the moral decay of our society. There was a time where men were careful. They wouldn't want to be accused of being a hypocrite because you would lose standing in your social circle. your respect. Everyone's entitled to respect, and you like to think that for the most part, everyone starts out on a level playing field. But when you're in a group, and you tend to look at each other and size people up as to whether or not they honor their word or if they conduct themselves in an honorable fashion. And to be discovered as a hypocrite would be, in my youth, that was one of the worst things that someone could discover about somebody. They would instantly lose, if not all, a large part of the respect that other people held for them. So that it was self-policing. People kept themselves in check, made sure that they didn't espouse views that were counter to how they acted, that would serve as evidence of pure, hypocrisy. So it's no longer the case now. And it's like, I think it's a result of this, kind of like bullshit-itis, where they get engaged in clear hypocritical activities, but then they spin it. There's always like a justification or a reason how you're supposed to set aside your common sense that says that you're clearly witnessing something hypocritical. You're supposed to believe them because they've got all their little reasons are all lined up how that it's not what it appears. Drives me up a wall.
Let's see actually what's the Trump coin doing?
That's a good question.
Looks like it dipped again. It's at 38.44. Looks like the high today was $48.33. Still, usually if it would be like a pump and dump coin, you would see it reach 0.000 something, very quick, because
right,
you would just see someone, using like in this case, Trump's name, or even Trump himself would use his name, let it get some some
traction.
speed. Yeah, exactly, some traction, gain some value, and then it's like just dump it all, take all the money out of it you can.
The proverbial rug pull.
Yeah, but considering that it's still at, like, right now it's even more than more than half of the all-time high level. It means it's still being traded. I don't know I never even looked if it has any utility behind it, or it's just a coin.
Well, it's interesting because as I was watching him sign the executive order, one of the journalists, they're always looking for that gotcha moment. They asked him, what's up with your coin? And he said, he's like, yeah, I don't really pay much attention to it. It's a new business that we have. And they said, well, you're up. And it was funny. He's like, well, how much? And they're like, billions. And he's like, oh, that's nice. And it was the funniest thing, because he was so matter of fact. You can tell literally he couldn't have been less interested in the whole thing. And I thought, well, that's pretty telling right there.
wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't one of his kids saying, "Look, let me set up this thing for you." Back then.
Yeah, I think the rumor is it's very.
Yeah.
Yeah, some kids get a lemonade stand. Hey, Dad, can you borrow me some money? Look, can you loan me some money so I can buy some sugar and I'm going to sell lemonade? You know, and your dad peels off $20 and sends you to the grocery store. He probably went to his dad and said, "Dad, can I borrow $5 million? I want to start a coin." He's like, "Sure, son, here. Go run along and play with your little friends."
Maybe one day I'm gonna take it as a side project, look into how to basically copy a blockchain, make a replica of it, and we'll make our own coin with blackjack and hookers, and everybody gets some.
Oh, yeah, man.
What do you think of the great next song? Dan Leonard is their old friend when we got some beer to celebrate the big scout that broke me on yesterday right before the storm. And they didn't have any room in the fridge, so they just set it outside in the stuff.
Yeah.
And they just walk outside to grab them up.
Simple solution, just stick it in the snowbank. Yeah. Won't get any colder than that. There's a post on here, pretty sure, that says when the Department of Justice seized that Ross Ulbricht from the Silk Road fame, when they seized his bits.
You cut off, pirate.
You just don't poof. All right.
Yeah. I guess he
Oh,
mentioned.
my son's making a smoothie and he was running a blender, and I thought,
Nah.
it's no good, Jesse. Real life comes first, huh? They were just wondering what happened, so I had to mute myself. Real life, sometimes real life gets in the way. That's just the way it happens.
No, it's okay.
Said Ross Ulbricht of the Silk Road fame had 173,991 coins. The Department of Justice seized those. When they took it from him, it was worth $34 million. Today, it's worth $18.4 billion. You imagine?
Damn it.
So I'm looking at the post from 1 hour ago. Anyone want to check? It's from Justin Brewer. The handle is Justin Brewer 33. And it says, again today, JP Morgan Chase won't accept market orders for both GME and DJT. So market orders. In my opinion, this is a form of market manipulation. It suppresses the price because virtually everyone places a limit order below the current market price, hoping to get a better deal. And there's screenshots of basically being unable to put market orders on both DJT and GME. And it says here on the screenshots, we can't place your order. Buy market orders for the security are not accepted at this time. Please enter a limit order. Why would you not be able to make a market order? That makes 0 sense for me.
Makes 0 sense to me.
That made the rounds last night. I read several of those, and there were some people who offered some thoughts, and one guy thought that perhaps he was trying to do after-hours orders, which a lot of people, the neophytes, don't realize that you can't do a market order after hours or pre-market because there's no market to do a market order. You have to limit. But he was quick to point out that that wasn't the case, that this was during normal business hours and all that. So that was an interesting post. I read it.
Yeah, but even so, as I was saying, the error doesn't say anything about the timing. It says that you cannot place buy orders, and I don't know, it's strange.
I'm always more than a little apprehensive when it's a one-off event. Anytime you have just one guy that says he's having trouble with his broker, whether it's IBKR or Webull or whatever, you know, I pay a lot more attention to it when it's across the board, or like when they turn the buy button off from Robinhood and all that. Anytime you hear a single person who has single issues, you can just about guarantee that it's something specific to them. Yeah, the big blender, Jesse, that's old-fashioned. It works. It's far superior to those little weak-ass little eggs and all that other shit. Yeah. No substitute for bigger, better, faster, more. High horsepower.
A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Put a banana in.
back and sit there for a second. Big red pops on through. We want to go on.
Yeah, it looks really pretty when the snow is still fresh and then the sun gets really bright. It has an elegance to it. Oh, give me that. Come here. Diesel, come. You know better. Come here. Come on. Come on. Go lay down.
What are you looking at? Is that me? Ah, no, shit.
What's that, buddy?
No, I was just scrolling on X, and one of the, I thought it's a photo, but it's for some reason it's like a photo with music on the background. I thought you were watching something. I was hearing it from your side. I just didn't know where some sound was coming from.
Sometimes when I get bored, I glance at X, see if any breaking news is up. But I have my speaker turned completely down, so I don't think it produces any sound.
Yeah, talking about X, I was checking it out today to see if there was a way to set up the stream, so I would stream on X as well, but apparently you need to be verified, so... I'm not about to take all those funds coming in from the super chats and put them in X, so... By the way,
Yeah, I don't pay for any blue check mark. I'm like, I write what I write and I post it. If anybody reads it, fine. If they don't, that's fucking fine too.
yeah. By the way, did you see what's it called? The popcorn bucket for the new Captain America movie?
No.
That's a really nice one. Let me try to. I'll put it up on the stream so everyone can see it. I like the way that looks.
How's those tomato plants doing, Jesse?
It's gonna be better. I think that we're at the end of the garden is fine.
BNS, I'm with you there. I also prefer Venom, Deadpool, Ghost Rider. Is there a new one, or are we talking about the old one with Nicolas Cage? Unless I'm thinking of a different movie. And Craven, I'm not sure what that is, to be honest. So, post from Tucker Carlson News says, breaking, John Hawley announced, Donald Trump and I are pushing for a full audit of all US funds sent to Ukraine. Americans deserve transparency. And then from
Nice.
poster it
I like
says,
it.
do you support this, yes or no?
And that is genuinely what they make. That's like not Baker. Where up the game where I think some people might get forget what we see.
When was this? So this was posted about 12 hours ago by Boss Blunts. I think he had a stream going as well. But in the title of the post it says, the Federal Reserve will conduct bailout capacity testing in the form of repo and reverse repo operations on January 24th, 2025. So that's in, Friday, I think? It says, so yeah, this is from yesterday, I believe. Yesterday night. Today, January 21st, the Treasury Department will have to begin using extraordinary measures to prevent the United States from defaulting on its debt. Money market mutual funds are being drained by Federal Reserve and Treasury, and the bond market may go no bid in the future as reverse repo operations have drained almost all excess cash out of MMF. So money market mutual funds, I guess. We'll see if this is going to be a catalyst.
Ignition Sports made a comment to Petro, but I don't even see Petro in the chat. Am I missing something?
Don't see Petro as well, so unless we both muted him.
Maybe it's just a typo or something. Well, there you go. That comment was directed to Preacher. He got his names mixed up.
Mm.
All right. I was just confused by that. I thought maybe I was missing some columns or something.
Yeah, it looks like someone should get their rent removed or something. Joking, be honest. again, I said, can't get him off my mind. He timed me out weeks ago.
Mr. Pirate was busy this morning making a slow cooker meal of zuppa toscana. It's a knockoff recipe. For those of you who are fond of eating at the Olive Garden from time to time, it's essentially like a potato soup. It has potatoes, kale, bacon, sausage, onion. Good stuff. Served up with French bread, obviously, salad. Quite nice. Great Nation says it's excellent. Yeah, it's like just a fancy potato soup. I enjoy it a great deal. You know, Jesse, in the old days, that was how you could identify if a house had poor insulation in the attic or not. Drive around your neighborhood when all the roofs were covered with snow, and if you saw a house that didn't have any snow on it, that meant all their heat was going right straight through the shingles.
Well, I saw something that basically said that's how, for the longest time, they couldn't bust marijuana. They had all these inside marijuana farms and apartments in the UK, and they couldn't ever bust them because how their search warrant system works and stuff. And they have house and whatnot. But some guy flying around started noticing in their first time after already some roofs didn't have snow on in the winter. And
So the heat,
theorized that those big internal farms, those big heat tents and all that electricity for the fans and all that, it would burn stuff off the roof from the grow light.
right.
And he was right. And so they started going around and they could find them and they saw them basically.
Another way they used was they did and worked in conjunction with the power companies to find out who had consistently ridiculously high power bills to run the grow lights and all that. Yeah. I have strict rules for my cracker consumption. Break Nation Sports. Oyster crackers are for Skyline and Skyline only. It's a Cincinnati style chili. If we have a homemade chili, the traditional like Tex-Mex chili or just good old fashioned beef chili, then I require saltine square track crackers for that. I do not use crackers of any kind with potato soup. I prefer French bread. I don't care for mine toasted. Mrs. Pirate likes hers toasted with butter. So yeah, I have some pretty strict guidelines regarding my cracker consumption.
I do like saltines when it comes to eating the actual oysters, the seafood oyster. I like a raw oyster on the half shell. Transfer the oyster from the shell to a saltine cracker, and then add either a little horseradish, or more often than not, just a little sprinkle of Tabasco sauce, and of course down the hatch. You make the effort to crunch the cracker and not necessarily chew up the oyster very much. I could, back in the day when I was drinking hard and fishing, we pull into an oyster house. I could easily eat a dozen oysters like it was nothing. Sometimes as many as 2 dozen. We used to buy them straight off the oyster boat. They would come in a gunny sack. And it was like, oh, that was a big piece of ice that fell. It would be like, if my memory serves, it was $25 for a gunny sack full of oysters. And we would start a barbecue grill up, and we had one guy that was shucking the oysters, which simply means opening the shell. We would open the shells up and place them on the grill and let them boil in their own juice. And as soon as you saw the juice inside the shell begin to bubble, you knew that it was cooked. And we would sit, drink beer, and eat oysters off of the barbecue grill for hours. Of course, down here, a lot of places people use oyster shells like you would use gravel or pebbles up north for driveways. So we would just throw the shells down in the driveway, drive over them. But I drank more than my fair share of beer and ate more than my fair share of raw oysters out of a bag. Good times. Quality of oysters is varies, as you can imagine, a great deal from region to region. Escambia Bay next to Pensacola has produces some of the finest oysters in the world. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. She gon' bust it. She gon' yeah.
I was always raised to believe that you never eat oysters if the month doesn't have an R in it. Passed down from generation to generation. It had to do with the possibility of getting food poisoning because it's difficult to harvest and transport our oysters in the real hot months before bacteria sets in too quick. So it was always the old axiom was always, if the month didn't have the letter R in it, January, February, what have you, that was the way you decided whether it was safe to eat oysters at that time of year or not.
Trust me, baby, I do this a lot. She do that roll. Now I'ma double tap that booty like I did. She take that pole all the way down that choking sign, gon' make me ski. I ski. Yeah, now if you ever get to me, the better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help. Shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer.
11 o'clock in the Florida Panhandle. Pirate time, it's $3.50 for AMC, trading just a little over 0.5% in the green, unchanged for all practical purposes. While GameStop finds itself at $27.70. 0.78% in the green, and again, practically unchanged on the day.
Loads of titles. Very cool.
Back, step away for a moment. So looks like we have a lot of sideways trading. They're making sure that a lot of boredom is in AMC and GME, so we don't look there. Yeah, it looks like there's the big seven have a lot of positive activity there, I guess, in a way to get people to put in their money in there. So looking at my watch list a bit, assuming BKR had some earnings, they're up 90% right now. Meta is up 2.61,
Yeah.
Microsoft 3.84 up, Nvidia up 4.18. So
Yeah, Thomas Petterfee, he was on MSNBC last night after hours when they announcing their earnings, taking a victory lap. Yeah. Spilled your coffee. Quack, quack.
Good morning, gentlemen.
good morning.
Lower by your foot. By your foot. On the floor.
If I have a the drive seat, I'd be going out on the high. This looks fake. It looks like a big fucking edit. Like a big fucking like it was edited like a big Photoshop. I don't like that whole page. You have to take a bet. That you bet $100, and if it snows in Florida, whatever 8 inches, and you 10 times your money, I wouldn't fucking take it.
I wouldn't either. I would have lost on it.
Hey, Pirate, is it still snowing over there?
No, it stopped last night about 9 o'clock. But it snowed for 5 hours.
Nice.
Jesse, asked Logan if his car is in peril of getting hit by shit sliding off the roof. Oh, did you look for him? Yeah, we'll salvage some of your coffee, or did you lose the whole thing?
Look, that's what's crazy. You should see something on the beach over there. It was at the dog right over there. It was at right over there. My eyesight on the front of the house is growing because that cold water is dripping down. Do you see how crazy it is, Mom?
Yeah.
Look at that there. That's the Angie and Taylor. Yeah.
Back at the farm, we used to get some of them that were 6 and 7 feet long.
I remember.
Big around as a man's leg.
Where's mine? Hey.
He stayed toasty last night. What's up, Mace Trace? Good to see you. That was a big one there. It landed right here by the fireplace. It startles me every every time. You think I've seen it enough this morning to know what it is, but it's just one of those. It's like a reflex. Oh.
Yeah, I used to. Jeez. Take one that came out from that. Say goodbye. You got to take a job. We may forget on my. And it was a tip. I heard something. But forget it now. Haircut's not as good a deal.
No, Jesse, anybody's willing to cut your hair for $10. That's pretty cheap.
I'm telling you, all it is like that to drum up business.
Yeah.
You can basically.
Yeah. And like you said, if you give the guy a 10 as a tip, when he sees you coming back the next time, he'll tighten you up. Give you a little extra attention.
My thing is it affects how you look for damn near
6 to 8 weeks, yeah.
6 weeks. Especially if he doesn't get a job. It's the same for weather difficult. See how coffee's from? This morning.
Hey, Maestros. I think on pirate side they're going over the logistics with the heavy snowfall. And regarding AMC it's going sideways, like as usual.
Brandon Brington.
Morning, guys.
Morning, Captain.
Did you guys, any of you guys follow that Kristen Shaughnessy?
Yeah, I read her stuff with a keen interest. She's very smart.
Did you see that BLBX stock she listed?
No.
I looked up on the world's greatest site, Yahoo, and it showed BLBX a float of like 1.7 million, and I think it says whatever implied shares 3.2 or something like that. Today they traded 136 million shares. I'm reading that correct, right?
I have no idea. I haven't seen any of it.
So one day they traded, I don't know, what's that times the float? 20?
Excuse me. Two at a time. Always fucking two at a time.
He's the finest Griffin.
Thank you,
Time you showed
Yaka.
up. That time you showed up, Yucca.
Sorry. All right.
Mace Grace wants to know about the Gulf of America. It's I mean, at first blush, it sounds a little silly, but when you consider it, it's not without precedence that a president of the United States can have an effect on, names and maps and things. Perfect example is him renaming Mount McKinley, giving it its name back. And a lot of folks laugh when they hear Trump talk about Greenland, Canada, or other places, but they fail to remember that it's not like it hasn't happened before. Whether it was Seward's Folly, where we bought Alaska from Russia, or the Louisiana Purchase, where we bought so much land west of the Mississippi from, I think, the French. I can't remember. So a president growing the size of the United States isn't exactly without, like I said, it isn't exactly without precedence. The fact that it hasn't been done in generations is probably what causes people to, be surprised at those sort of comments, but it can be done.
Second side, that once on Edgewood, the tournament, and they said they were watching the cars slide around and they thought people went in the ditch. You don't want to get stuck. He said he didn't see the bad wrecks, but almost really hard to pull. That's bad. That guy's just sliding around.
They say, fun fact, the first day which for yesterday are more than 4 days.
That's great.
More than what?
New York. So
New York's?
For the season.
Oh, for the season. Mrs. Pirate read something on X that said that currently the snowfalls in Florida are greater than what New York has seen so far. That's really funny.
We've been seeing a lot of videos of crazy school bus drivers. My house in the Dolores Clubs of North. Oh my God, that's bad.
Also, house clothes last night. They got those eggs.
That's all. That's fucking late. It's too late. They should close the good. It's almost recovered.
Holy hell. Did he have medical money?
Oh no, I didn't know. She started wrecking and
You're
fell
still
out.
getting snow out there, Pirate?
No.
No.
Snowed yesterday till about 9 or 10 o'clock at night. So we
Wow.
got it really rolled in heavily about 5 o'clock. So about
How many
5 hours of snow, but it got very very steady. It wasn't intermittent at all. It was just a really steady, nonstop light snowfall, and it accumulated.
Wow.
We have a total of 8 inches here.
Yeah.
It broke a record. It's been standing since I think 1890. They said Pensacola has a record of having 5 inches of snow in a 24-hour period. We had that before sunset. So it shattered all sorts of 100 and 200-year-old records.
And the how many feet have they?
8 inches, 8
Oh,
to 10 inches, 6 inches.
Okay. All right. Careful and go outside. You're gonna get pneumonia. You know, cold.
Is it still holding up on the ground, Pirate?
Oh yeah, it's all still out there. We woke up this morning, it looked like a winter wonderland. Took a bunch of pictures for my neighbors. And, it's sliding off the roof now. It's starting to warm up, and we've got giant frozen icicles. It looks like something I'd see back in Indiana.
Did you make any angels? Did you throw yourself on the ground?
No, the family all went out last night. They put on all their shit, and they walked around the neighborhood and took the dog out and was out having a big fun. I ain't going out in that shit. I've seen enough of it.
JJ, are you able to take off on a plane when you got snow or no?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Really?
Just what they do is it's a 2-step process. They've got a liquid they call it Type 1, and they blow the airplane off with it, and that's the de-icer. And then there's a heavier liquid, a Type 4 of glycol, and it's called a anti-icer. And depending on the temperature and the density of the snow, and we've got tables that tell us what the effective time is, that it will keep the snow off. And we've got like a window, and if we don't take off inside that window, then we have to go back and have it done again. But yeah, it happens all the time.
Preacher, I posted 3 snow pictures on my Discord general if you want to share them with the rest of the class. An effort to keep you from having to search through all of them. Just look at the last 3 I posted on Pirate.
That's amazing. That's hilarious. Even the sand has snow. It's like New York.
I'm not going to bore you. We took 40 or 50 photographs, but those are 3 of. I'm going to get the idea from those.
Interesting.
You need to understand, in many parts of the country, this is no big deal, but people are missing the point. This isn't Kentucky or Michigan or Ohio. It's fucking the beach in Florida. It hasn't happened since 1955 was the last time Pensacola saw 2 inches of snow that was measurable, and it was before the turn of the century that they saw 5 inches. So this is really something to see. What's that, Jess?
I was gonna say they've only had measurable like 3 times.
Yep.
Last 50 years.
I was in Denver the other day, You guys had more snow on the ground than they had when I was there.
There you go. Thank you, preacher. You know, it's one thing to get up. You know, it's a couple times a year we'll wake up and there'll be like a heavy frost on the convertible or something, or maybe, you know, something one night. I mean, and that's a rare event. But to see,
It's scary.
you know,
The first time it gets real scared.
standing measurable snow like that is just, it's incredible.
No, she just whips back and falls.
I could tell you right now, if Atlanta would have had that much snow,
I was saying,
they would have called it a national state emergency.
They did here. They closed the roads down and closed down the Winn-Dixie.
This is the thing. I just love this.
Maybe.
It's similar to create. They got the one humping. They got one in the tank. They got the donkey carrying that goes around. It's like, what the fuck is that? So you're at boss over the minutes. Listens, he says, "Put up the goat and put." Waffle, I got more waffle. Thanks to the goat waffle. Oh my god, they got their stuff.
Pirate, is that Jesse I hear in there?
Yes.
Yeah, he's sharing pictures with his mother.
But why isn't he out there with a shovel cleaning off the runway?
They talked about it. They wanted to go flying yesterday when the flurry started, just so they could brag and, you know, young guys, and say I've flown in snow. But
They were gonna pick up like every fucking plane. I was gonna try to go up there.
yeah, but it came down too fast, and the guys that run the show said absolutely not. You fuckers need to go home.
Well, the funny part of the story is the guy that ran the show was involved in it. He was
Yeah.
gonna go up, and then he said, "Oh no, we can't do this now." It was freezing rain, so it's not good.
Yeah, we don't.
They won't have any sort of operations today, but by the end of the day, I can imagine most of it will be melted. Maybe, I don't know. It's only 28 degrees out there right now.
The
So
problem ain't that you're going to be there. But the issue they were talking about is guys getting there. They didn't want guys driving off
on the roads and shit. Yeah,
to get up there.
yeah, I get it.
Yeah, Hartsfield stopped ops for a while because of the freezing rain. Freezing rain's no joke.
Sleep where else to sleep is a good boy. Oh, she wakes up and screams. Why do you got the ball? And she starts laughing. It's a fucking ball. He's not on here or anything. He's just standing by.
So, Pirate, your son, is he able to go out and make deliveries now, or still it's a bit dangerous out there?
I would imagine that today the orders will increase. There'll be an opportunity for people to make money making deliveries if they want, but it's hardly worth the damage to the car if you slide off the road or something. And then the family was just pointing out too, while I was talking to you guys, that a lot of the stores are closed. Walmart or Waffle House closed, Winn-Dixie's closed. So for today, it's kind of a little bit of a shitstorm this morning. I'm sure as the day progresses and the roads fall out, they'll go back to business as usual. But yeah, probably make far more money pulling people out of the ditches with a tow strap and save them the tow truck money. Although it's illegal in this part of Florida, if the police catch you charging people to pull them out of the sand, they can write you a ticket for it. These crooked ass politicians made it illegal. They're saying that you don't have a license to be a recovery vehicle. But what they really want to do is they want to be able to fuck tourists with a tow truck driver and $300 when you can just take a length of garden hose and tie between my pickup truck and yours, and I'll bump you out of the sand for $50 or $100. They don't want that. But I don't know that any laws exist for towing people out of the snow, although they probably have the law. Now that I think about it, the law is probably written very vague, so they might try to jam you up. But like I said, it wouldn't be the first time I've run afoul of the law. If I'm willing to pull you out of a ditch for $100, that's between you and me.
Yeah. To make sure they don't come back and sue me in case something happens. That's the thing.
There's a trick to that. I hook up the cable to my truck and you hook it up to your little shit box. So whatever you hook to, when I pull up to your cube and you're stuck in the sand, I hand you the strap with the hook on it. Now I give you my opinion, but you're going to hook that son of a bitch up to your car, because when old red pulls out, something's going to give. So if you hook my tow strap to like your rear view mirror, that's on you. It's going to snatch the rear view mirror off. So you try to tell people, look, I don't know what you hook the strap to under your truck, under your car, but you might want to pick something like the frame or
a bumper,
tow hook if you have one, or a robust engine mount. But if you're dumb enough to hook a tow strap up to like a tie rod end, I'm going to snatch it loose. I've seen some dumbasses though. I think some guys get drunk and try to pull a forklift out of a ditch, and they hooked up the rope to hydraulic lines and ripped all the hydraulic lines loose. So yeah, it wouldn't be the first time people have done stupid shit as far as getting towed out.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen people hook up. I don't know how. They hook up to the front bumper, and they attach it, thinking the whole bumper falls out.
Well, you used to be able to do that in the 70s when a bumper was made out of chrome and steel and it was bolted to a frame. But what they have now is just a plastic valance. And half the time it's not even bolted to the frame. It's just got little plastic snaps that hold it in place. So yeah, there's, more often than not, people are just they're not willing to lay down on the ground and reach under the car, because God forbid anybody gets dirty. They don't want to get their hands dirty or anything. And that's usually a result of, lay your ass down and crawl under there and hook it up to something strong. Oh, but I don't want to get my Dockers dirty. Well, that's on you. You should have thought about that before you pulled off into the sugar sand with your little fuzzy pumper play school car. I've tried to pull people out of the car, out of the ditch, and I've had to put my truck in park, get out, walk back, and tell some dumb, I'm not going to say that, tell some young lady or woman to take the car out of park. I can literally look back and see that I'm dragging them and their wheels aren't turning. I'm like, this will go a lot easier if you turn the key on and put the car in neutral, bitch, before I fucking pull. Or, okay. But they're all shook up and they're anxiety ridden, and most of them, aren't particularly good drivers to begin with. But yeah, I've seen all of it.
And I was in the middle. I've seen people hook up the lot, like trying to pull somebody that in the vehicle, attached a rope and tied a front bumper. The whole bumper came off.
Yep.
The young kids, though, obviously, the youngsters, they don't know. I would have probably done the same shit.
Common sense isn't too common anymore.
Yeah. Especially these kids, they're not even. It's all about video games, TikTok, streaming. They don't go out like we used to. Experiment. I don't know. The bumper cover, yeah. Just pull it, the bumper cover. It tears right off.
Look, your son is a dog bear going behind the damn it, Mom, get this going.
Oh, Papa's back here. Now, why?
Yeah, we pull up. They'd be stuck in the. They pull over on the side of the beach and get in that soft sugar sand. They'd be buried up to the frame. I'd roll the window down. Hey, you're all interested for $100? I'll snatch you out of there in about 3 minutes flat. Most of the time, people couldn't get their money out fast enough. But occasionally, you'd meet somebody, the angry American syndrome. They'd launch into a tirade about, how you're evil and you're predatory, and what kind of person tries to benefit from somebody else's misfortune. I've heard all that shit. I just smile at them and say, well, I was trying to save you a couple $100, and then reward myself for my inconvenience. But you go ahead and wait for that tow truck. You have yourself a nice day. Drive away. Some people have to learn the fucking hard way.
You be like, why she gotta like all of your posts? Why you in the posing with them hoes? And I be like, why you in there going through my phone? If I told you take your ass home, you be like,
My favorite ones are when they're stuck in the sand and they've already buried it down to the frame to where the tires no longer even has any contact in any real way with the sand, and they're just holding the gas pedal down and the tires just spinning furiously. Every once in a while, they'd spit a little sand out. I'm thinking, did it ever occur to you when you first realized you were stuck to just stop what you're doing? If a lot of them would just get out of the car and go back and get down on their hands and knees and dig the sand out behind each wheel, all four wheels, to where the car can get like a 6-inch running start, a lot of times it'll come right out. But their general go-to methodology is, oh, my tire's spinning, obviously I need to give it more gas. And then obviously you get the results that one would expect.
BNS, I married a farm girl. She's changed the tire on our cars more than I have. I wasn't with her at the time, but she knows how to do it. So get you a farm girl that they can take care of themselves.
Just one.
Let's see. All you do is push a nigga off you. Sitting at the crib with a dry dick. I can't think of nothing more awful, baby. You be popping, popping, popping. You be popping for them niggas at the night show, baby. Popping, popping, popping. Yeah, you be popping. You be all up in my business, shit, I might go crazy. How about you worry about that shit somewhere else? Stop asking me about them bitches in there. Won't you go find out that shit for yourself? Cause I don't give a fuck, don't care. Cause I'ma tell you, gone, 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 do it then. Bet you won't do it. I'ma let you go, gone, 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 do it then. Bet you won't do it. I'ma let you
There you go. Teach someone how to fish. Theory.
Now why?
Because. Every once in a while when I pull up the gas station, I'll do it to my wife. Hey, you want to get gas? You're closer. She just looks at me. I get out and then I pump the gas.
Oh yeah, you don't ask, you don't do the other move. You don't say,
Just stop right there, Yak. I just stop right there. Don't make preacher make a banner. We don't want to make preacher have to get a banner.
You don't do the help me pay for the gas or give me that,
Mm-hmm.
Don't go there.
You know.
Then he says he doesn't carry $100 in cash. He carries maybe 20 for an emergency. Well, then you wouldn't get pulled out, Vin. You could pay $300 and use your credit card.
Pirate, you don't accept. Pirate, you don't.
What is fucking $20 going to do in an emergency?
Nothing. That shit is
what the fuck are you going to do with $20?
Pirate, you don't take Venmo?
Bubblegum, man. That's a pack of bubblegum, Pirate. $20 for a pack of bubblegum nowadays.
PayPal or Venmo, that's all Pirate needs.
Back when I would run the roads, I jumped old red, sail out to go get something from an auction or whatever. If I didn't have $500 on me in cash, I was a nervous fucking wreck. And that's on top of a double fist full of credit cards. I'm not running the goddamn roads with without some money to come to my aid should shit go sideways.
Yeah, anybody under 30, they don't know what cash is. Electronic.
Then says, I use credit card for everything to get cash back rewards. I get that, my dude, but you're missing the whole point. Have you ever considered that you might be broke down where you can't use the credit card? I mean, that's the whole point is if you break down at 2 o'clock in the morning in butt-fuck Alabama on the side of the road, you may not be able to use Venmo, you may not be able to use Visa. When it's a fucking, some old farmer who pulls up and says he's willing to fucking make all your problems go away, he's not carrying a Visa machine on his forehead.
If it's an old farmer, he'll say, don't worry about it, just mail me a check.
Depends on the farmer.
That's how those farmers roll, usually. Has anybody been hit by a snowball in your household, Pirate?
Yeah, Mrs. Pirate. I think somebody hit her in the ass yesterday. I think Jesse or one of them.
Yeah, me and like about that.
Yeah.
They stuck them on.
She wasn't outside 10 minutes before they were already pelting her. Yeah, I don't travel anymore, Vin. There's nothing out there that I want to be a part of any longer. But if I do, I'll have the standard loadout of credit cards. But I'm not going out in this world without having some real money in my pocket. It's just not going to fucking happen. It's better to need it. Excuse me. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. I have no problem whatsoever of coming home and putting my money back under the mattress because nothing happened. But I'm not going to be that guy that gets stuck, who gets caught. You know, because it's certainly not because I don't have enough money. Maybe because there's not a tire store open, or there's no diesel pump around. I'm not going to say I won't find myself fucked from time to time, but it's not going to be because I can't pay for what I need at that moment.
Right? Follow my dog, like, if I could fix that, I could go and this is fucking stupid.
Few minutes before high noon, pirate time, and GameStop still slipping $27.52. Amy remains at 3.5.
Weather Channel just posted New Orleans got 8 inches of snow, the most in over 100 years.
Yeah, I saw some pictures of Bourbon Street. It looked very elegant. All of the wrought iron and all of their architectural elements. And there's 2-story places with the balconies that look so picturesque. It was something to see, covered in all that snow. Gonna step away for 45 seconds. I'm gonna have myself some cheese and crackers. I'll be right back. Need a little snack. Get the right these. A little snack from time to time.
By the way, because well, I know I'm on and off, just running after the kids mostly. Yeah, Unusual Whales posted on X, breaking: Donald Trump has ordered a communication blackout at America's federal health agencies per WAPO. So the CDC, FDA, HHS, and NIH have all been told to pause external communication, including publishing scientific reports, updating websites, or issuing health advisories. Curious what that's about. You guys think the COVID 2.0 was put on hold until Trump came into office?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, Papa Mac, by the way, because I said it earlier, but then I realized I was muted. The kids are loud this afternoon here, so.
Yeah, I've been away all morning, doctors and different things I had to do, so I just got here, but good to see you.
Yep, likewise. I remember when Larry Fink was saying about Bitcoin that it's a scam, and apparently now, like, I see update: BlackRock CEO Larry Fink declares strong support for Bitcoin, suggesting its potential to soar to 700,000. It's like it's all like, if they're not in early, like if they're not, you know, part of the group that got in at IPO level or really early, they're gonna just talk crap until they can get a decent enough position, and then they're gonna get behind it. It's
Where do they get the 700,000 from? Is that just a arbitrary number? Or
I don't know.
Interesting.
Like that's what's said in this update. I don't know if he said it or, but yeah, just.
Preacher, did you mention the article that the Donkey Kong had posted in different places on Discord about AMC Holdings is now projected to be cash flow or free cash flow this year? I don't know if you mentioned that article or not.
No, not really. I don't think I've seen it, so feel free to go over it if you want.
The Reader's Digest of it is they think this person writing the article believes that AMC will be cash flow at least neutral this year and then positive in 26. And they're, you know, basing it off of like a 9 billion box office this year and then closer to 10 billion next year. But it was I felt like a pretty thorough view of where things are and kind of a realistic kind of view of things. So I know it's in My General, but Donkey Kong posted it there. I think he posted it in several places, but for sure it's in My General for those that have Discord, if you want to look at it. Yeah, Break Nation Sports says that's game over, Papa Mac, referring to that article. I mean, they do go into, there's still, quite a bit of debt in 2029 that comes due, and, there's still some risk out there that the company faces. So it's not all roses, but I felt like it was a fairly balanced article. Frank Nation says the fundamentals will raise the price, then there will be hopefully no choice but to cover. Well, for the first time ever, I got the pneumonia vaccine today. It's supposed to cover 20 varieties of pneumonia. So we'll see if my shoulder falls off this afternoon or not, but so far so good.
Did they say you should feel anything from it? Usually when you get a flu shot, they tell you, you might have some flu symptoms.
I got the flu shot and the pneumonia shot, and my doctor said, yeah, tell them to do it in different shoulders. So if you have a problem, we'll know which one it was.
That's mine.
Yeah, you'll probably have 2 sore shoulders today.
Oh, darn the bad luck.
So far, I can't even tell. So far, so good. I didn't realize, but apparently there's like 30 different forms of pneumonia out there. So the different vaccines, there's some that will cover 13 of them, some cover 20. The one I got covered 20 of the major ones. But since I've had pneumonia twice in the last year, they said I'm a real, I need to get the shot because once you get it, you're more susceptible to it. So who knows? I should have called Robert Kennedy Jr. and asked him what his thoughts were, but I didn't think to do that. And one good thing they said, I think with the pneumonia, it's kind of a one and done. It's not like the flu shot where they want you to do it every year. It's kind of a covers for multiple years. It's too swift. He says pneumonia is like Baskin Robbins. There's 31 flavors.
Look at that volume on AMC. Big volume explosion and the corresponding candle on the 1 minute. I don't know what that's all about.
They heard us talking about the report that just came out saying they're going to be cash neutral this year. Made them nervous. Apparently I'm due for my colonoscopy too. Weren't we gonna do a colonoscopy party? Group party or something?
I don't think so.
You don't think? I thought we were talking one time in the bathtub, we all talked about doing that.
I don't remember that.
Oh man. Have you had a colonoscopy?
I have not.
How old are you?
Old enough.
Yeah, you need one.
45 or something like that.
Well, it used to be 50. I think they've lowered it to 45 when you're supposed to start doing them now.
I'm not doing nothing.
It's the easiest cancer to prevent, but the hardest to cure. So,
Yep. That's like a 98% cure rate if you catch it immediately.
if you get those polyps before they turn cancerous, they're no brainer. But if you wait too late, it's a bad deal.
Yep.
I told him I had 2 colonoscopies in 2019, so can I count that? And he said, it don't work that way. Supposed to do it every 5 years once you've tested positive. I had a couple polyps in 2019. Holt says the Marines lowered the age to like 35 to 40, he thinks. Yeah, like I said, it's easiest to prevent, but boy, once you get it, it's bad news. The cleanse process isn't enjoyable, but it's not the end of the world either. You get to drink this solution that tastes like salt water to me. But the sleep you get when they knock you out, it's like the best sleep I ever had. I look forward to that part. $112,000, move it right back down. Melina says, makes total sense.
What happened?
That's
Mm.
You talking to us, preacher?
No, sorry, forgot I wasn't muted to my wife. She took our dog for a walk, and he outgrew all the hoodies we had for him, so we had a bigger one, but it's way too big. Too big of a step, basically, for him.
Yeah. When you said what happened, I thought you were asking about, we did have a nice candle there on AMC, but kind of came back down.
Yeah. I don't know, I think we need to see, dollars a minute in movement to get anything real going on, so.
At 3 cents right now, we all get excited, it seems. They got us.
Papa Mac, your CEO, Mueller, Procter & Gamble's on MSNBC Live.
Funny you say that, it's like, it's been 20-something years since I've been there. When you said that name, it's like, does not ring a bell. But I've been gone so long, wouldn't make sense.
We've got a lot of products that they own. I didn't realize they own Tide, the dishwashing detergent.
Oh yeah.
They showed a whole bunch of them, Olay and what was the other one?
Crest toothpaste.
On dishwashing liquid,
Pampers, Loves, diapers.
Yeah, they showed all of them, but I didn't realize that was included.
Always feminine products. That's made here. That's the plant where I started. I actually started on the line when they first were experimenting making those, and we were making them, and my job was to basically take them off the end of the line and just throw them away because they were just developing them. You wouldn't believe the amount of scrap that we created just as a development cycle. I think I told you all that the thing back then. I was a college student. They tried to stick the little mini pads on my back as I'd be leaving to go to school, trying to feminine pad on my back. And so you go out the parking lot all the way out. You're always reaching around trying to feel on your back, make sure you don't have one on you.
That's funny.
I don't think I ever made it to college with one. I made it out to my car with one, but never on the campus. Yeah, I was Tampon Tim before you guys knew who Tampon Tim was. Any idea what the CEO is talking about? Is it about the Trump administration or anything like that, or just?
No, he's gone now. You know, they only do like a 3-minute segment. I can't remember what it was about now.
Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, he was talking about the strength of the dollar and how it hurts their products overseas.
Gotcha.
That was, at least that's what was printed at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. Twisty says to this day he's under the impression that the word scrap came from the saying it's crap. Could be. I don't know. I met my first wife out on an Always production line, making feminine pads. Where I met my first wife. Didn't know it at the time because I met a lot of girls that summer. It was 7 years later we were married. He made an impression on me. There was a team of us college kids, and our job was the case packing, they called it, at the end of the line, where the product's in the cardboard box, and we'd stack them off, and then have to rope them off and count them and do some paperwork stuff. But anyway, they were looking for volunteers to go on the drive side of the production line. That's where all the materials that you hang and that are spinning and all the, and it's a process that the line never shuts down. So when one roll runs out, there's a process where it pushes the next one in, and there you can lose fingers and all sorts of stuff if you do it wrong. And she volunteered to do that. We're all scared to death to go to the drive side of the line. We're like, I don't want anything to do with that. I'm just a dumb college kid and a summer worker. And she's like, I'll do it. So she made an impression on me.
You're like, let's do this, coffee girl. Diesel's ready to go out and do his business. He has an appointment with Mrs. Pirate every morning about this time of day. He usually comes and sits at her feet, kind of makes eye contact, and sits there motionless until she takes the hint.
Well, the other big one is Bounty paper towels. They make that here at the plant by me. Another big P&G product. Charmin toilet paper.
It's time for Diesel to go to the bathroom. He wants to go out there and drop a big hot steamer on that snow.
It's fun shots.
Have your boys written their name in the snow yet?
No, not that I'm aware of.
What about that? I'll follow up the stars. That's not good. All stretch, like you gotta look at you got.
Oh, Break Nation Sports, you're talking blasphemy to a XP&G or Kirkland toilet paper and paper towel. That's of the devil.
I'm telling you when I was really cold, someone like first walked in the cave, it was ridiculous.
Is that the same Kirkland that makes a golf ball? BNS, do you know? Because my cousin, he really likes the Kirkland golf ball. It's really cheap, and he says it's as, well, not as good as a Titleist Pro V1, but it's close enough for him.
Enjoy it, Diesel. You'll probably never see it again in your lifetime.
That's all right, BNS. I'm over it. It's been 20-something years since P&G. I used to not allow my wife to purchase any Kimberly-Clark products because they were our chief competitor. You know, they make Kleenex, and but let me look. Well, no, we got Puffs still. I was just looking what she bought here in my office. I got a box of Puffs, which is a Procter & Gamble tissue, facial tissue. But it does hurt me to see my grandkids if they put on Huggies. That was our chief competitor. Again, that's Kimberly-Clark for diapers. I think I shared before. I had 3 kids with my first wife, and when we first got married, I worked here at the plant in Cape Girardeau, which makes the diapers, but I didn't get any free diapers, even though I was at the plant that made them. But then I moved to Cincinnati, and the people in Cincinnati, they would do tests all the time, and they'd pay you in these P&G dollars. You can go to the company store, and I never had to buy diapers for 3 years that I lived in Cincinnati. So 2 of my 3 kids got free diapers when I lived in Cincinnati. But it was either Pampers or Loves. That's all that touched their butts. BNS says people buy those, I guess talking about the Kirkland golf balls. Flip them and make money. Yeah, when you say it's a Costco brand, a lot of that stuff, just like at Procter & Gamble, they'll make a product for a generic company, same exact production line that makes the high-end stuff, but they're just taking the marketing and the labeling, making that different, and calling it a generic. So a lot of those things are made on the same lines as the real thing.
A bunch is all standing out there, and of all the places to stand, they're standing right under the eave. I would give a month's pay to see some of that snow slide off the roof right now. This very moment, what I wouldn't pay. It'd get every one of them. Oh, it would be so funny.
You don't have access from in the house to that, out a window to that eave. You can go help it along.
Yeah. If I thought I could make it fast enough, I'd make a mad dash to the attic and beat on the roof. See if I could get the roof to slide off on them while they're standing out there.
Oh.
Diesel doesn't want anything to do with that snow, does he?
No, Pete riding the edge, yellow snaps.
Yeah, he's a pussy, man. He's all about comfort, man.
It's warm. There's talking about you can get some.
Well, Diesel's a low rider, so that's kind of cold on his private parts, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the big joke last night. She took him out to shit, and every time he'd squat, his balls would touch the snow, and he didn't like it. He fucking.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like that either.
Hey, they had a bunch of laughs at his expense last night.
Indy says Kirkland is the king of white labeling. Yeah, I think they're kind of like, what is it? Best Value? I think you see it, Walmart Best Value.
Great value.
Or Great Value. Yeah, the volume room, I was told that that's why the body was designed the way it is to keep the testicles cool, to keep the sperm alive or whatever it is. But touching snow, no, that's another story. No, thank you. Vacation Sports says, and the Pokemon craze is back. I can attest to that. My grandsons, 7-year-old and 5-year-old, they're going nuts right now. They think they're playing Pokemon. They can't even read the cards or whatever, but they are big time into them right now. I think we talked that a while back. It's kind of a generational thing. Their dad was into it when he was a kid, so I think he's encouraging it for nostalgia reasons. And so once you get that cycle going, it's cash cow for who's ever making it. Snowballs.
They're mind fucking Diesel out there. They're making snowballs and they're throwing them. Of course, he chases them, but when they hit the ground, they explode, and he can't figure out where they're going. He's too simple-minded to realize that he's being fucked with. Pretty funny, actually.
Well, at least he's smarter than a cat. A cat will sit there and chase a laser light all day long.
Throw hard. You can make that's snowman. Now it's all it happened retreats overnight. It's not coming through anymore. It's like that fixed in. Snowball is 50 feet and hit Logan in the head. He's a visual snowball stable.
I was watching him. Is it a big mystery, Diesel? Where does it go?
He likes it now. It's not that cold. What's that noise he made?
Wait, what are you doing my shirt for? Oh my god. Look. All right.
Mysteries of the Universe, Diesel. All that white stuff. What is it, man?
You remember the movie Better Off Dead?
No, I don't think I've ever seen that one.
My nephew just gave me a Blu-ray copy of it. It's kind of a family favorite, I guess you could say. And anyway, but in one scene, they're in the mountain, they're skiing, and there's one guy, he's kind of the druggie of the group, and he's like, "Can you imagine the street value of this mountain?" It's all the white snow. I guess he was insinuating it was cocaine or whatever, but you'd had to be there to understand the joke. But
Yeah. I watched you throw that snowball, Justin, and the other shit slid off the roof.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, yeah. What is it, Deja?
pretty sweet, B&S. Sounds like you got a good gig going there with the eBay stuff.
I'm done. They prematurely go to school. That's not going on.
Yeah.
B&S had a brother-in-law that was doing, he specialized in LPs, jazz LPs. And so he lived in the St. Louis area, and he'd hit all the garage sales. And of course, he was looking for that very specific thing. And he had quite a gig going. And then he got some bad reviews, and eBay basically shut his account down. He was doing, I don't know, $30,000 a year, a couple years in business, and some even more than that. And but he got shut down, 100% shut down.
This is where blank bill, you can't tell where the thing is hard to snow in.
Yeah, they just didn't want to think for
They got it's crazy. It's on things. It's up. It's a blanket in the snow. Mom, it's not that right. You just get it saved out. It's like it's like it was last week.
Is this what you want? Diesel. They're not even wet.
Oh, that's not it's it. That's it.
Like, these needs dried off. These needs dried off. Those
Speaking of big ankle snow, he chases the snowballs around. And then I don't think anything's where they got.
I was watching him. He was confused. Yeah.
They
He was not too sorry. I said, you're mind fucking him. He sees the ball, you throw the ball, he chases the ball, but the ball's gone.
He bites it, and then the ball's gone. He tries to bring it back, and it's all gone like a crumble. It's so fun. He did a big hurt on the stuff.
No, in the fridge.
I'm so fucking wrong.
Yeah, B&S, I think in my brother-in-law's experience, he had a full-time job, so he pretty much focused 100% on the weekends, his eBay business. So anything that happened Monday through Friday, he pretty much, I think, kind of ignored, and that's what ended up hurting him. Because, people would, say, put in a request on Monday about something, and he wouldn't get back to him till like Friday night. And so I think that's what ended up sinking his ship. He wasn't giving it attention every day. Yeah, he learned that the hard way, BNS. I mean, I think he admits it was kind of his own fault, but I think he just got to where he was kind of tired of it, and so he'd just put everything off to the weekend, just kind of ignore it during the week. That ended up biting him in the butt.
And someone said it's a big joke to think I'm gonna rate my professor, and I live by it. So we go through and I pick classes based on like the professor. But sometimes you get held up to where you have to take class or whatever. And someone posted this thing that says, "Look at my professor tonight for class," and they got 4.2 out of 5 and difficulty 0% would take again. 20 people rated them 1 star, and that's really bad. And then someone in the comments is like, just because she's a woman doesn't mean she's a bad teacher. And it's like, you fucking retard. It doesn't matter if she's a woman or a man. If you get 20 bad reviews in a row, you're fucked.
You're a fucking teacher. Exactly. That's the world we live in, Josie. Well.
Johnson B Street says he's a pack rat and a huge sucker for nostalgia. He definitely cherry picks. His shop is lined with vintage auto shop cabinets. Yeah, my ex-brother-in-law, he did jazz LP records, but he also loved finding old fishing lures, the old, I guess, handmade, I don't know, whatever, fishing lures, but he would talk about how he might find a fishing lure for 50 cents and end up selling it for like $200. It's crazy. Wood carve, yeah, I don't know what, antique fishing lures, I guess is what he called them, but he knew what to look for. Excuse me.
You better not be chewing that.
What's up? You scared? Oh, he got like a cigar. Hi.
A big volume bump on GameStop with an accompanying candle. We show all the way up to almost 27.85. Pull something eye-catching on the 1 minute. Of course, as usual, it's followed up by a red hate candle. Pound it back down, but considerable amount of volume out of nowhere. Have a good day, attendees. I just got a push notification for Papa Mac going live. He must be experimenting with his shit.
Yeah, I was updating it to add your stream and Preacher stream to my details of when you go live. You can, put a detail about the stream, but it wouldn't let me save that unless I actually went live. So I went live for 1 second.
I got all excited sitting here and it popped up. I'm like, oh, my friend's going live. And I'm like, wait a minute, we're already live. Wake up. I don't have any gummies yet.
Well, I noticed that Preacher had in his YouTube stream, a link to your channel, my channel, Casey's channel. Well, that's a good idea to put that in the descriptor. So I tried to add that to mine in Streamlabs, but it wouldn't save unless I actually hit go live.
I need to do that as well. I'll have to make a mental note of that. Nothing else to remind me next time I have a few minutes. I'll take the time to do the same thing. That's a good thing to do. Making that mental note of that.
Yeah. You want to take Hodor's question, Pirate?
Yeah, he made a comment about one of the snow and ice pictures from Florida on Twitter, something that I had posted, but it wasn't anything lengthy or anything earth-shattering, just sharing some thoughts about how to weather an unusual snow event. Other than that, he hasn't posted a whole lot that I'm aware of that's earth-shattering.
Heck We Love says he's still doing price predictions with KC 5 days a week. And he says KC does tweet every once in a while. And there is rumor that KC may be streaming in the near future, Hodor. So that's a rumor, but see if it happens.
He mentioned to me that he has been offered a job promotion at the hospital, and in concert with that, he may have to give up his job at GameStop, his little fun job. And the way it all lines up, he thinks he might be able to stream 3 days a week. He mentioned that he might be trying to do that. Nothing's written in stone, but that was just one of the comments that he made.
Did he hint at what 3 days? I mean, I know he was working Thursday through Sunday, I think, at the hospital.
No. To answer your question, he never did say. He just said,
okay.
He just short and sweet said, I think I might be able to go live 3 days a week.
Yeah. Which may be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because I think he was working actually Thursday through Monday at the hospital, maybe, but oh well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think all of that's changing with the new job.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Hodor. When they start posting those icons or whatever, I'm too smooth-brained to interpret and understand them, so.
Bradley is, for those of you who remembered, his son that's in the Air Force, was scheduled to do a PCS to Alaska. He said that's already done, so he's got one that's in the Great White North.
I guess we can. I'll switch the stream. Maybe we can go over some of the more recent. Sorry about the recent tweets from Casey. So, 21 hours ago, he wrote about GME. So, if you loved it at the low 30s, you're going to love it more at the mid to high 20s. Not trolling, I'm still DCAing in this range here. So,
Pick out the big mystery of people being forced to follow it on. No.
not sure whose voice that is. Well, yeah, I mean. Okay, I'm not sure what this is, but he wrote to Greg, like, do you think one of your glazies, if split in half, could feed 2 people? Let's see if maybe we can find out what glazes this is about. This was like Jan 21st. I like this. Good morning to everyone except for the people it's not morning for. Titcock. Oh my god. Just saw this. Did you guys know about this? On Fox News? The Titcock shuts down.
Did not know it.
Yeah,
No,
it was a big joke. Instead of them writing TikTok, they wrote Titcock, and it was everybody got a big giggle out of it.
I'm a little bit mad I didn't get invited to the inauguration. But yeah, I'm not sure what Casey is referring to. So if you guys know what glazes he's talking about, do let me know. Then Casey reposted Peter Hand's post of Samuel Clemens' post of the numbers on AMC and GameStop that we already shared. So just in case someone in chat didn't see this earlier, here's the number of unsettled shares in the DTCC for both AMC and GME. So you can see over $500 million for AMC in shares and only 14 million for GME value. Notional of all shares unsettled, just under $10 billion on AMC, 267 millions on GME. Just in case you're not sure about what's happening, the hole is big. They did not cover those positions or close or anything.
When they first mentioned that, I thought people were joking because Samuel Clemens is really, who wrote Mark Twain. But apparently, this is a real person that I guess is playing off of that because he has a picture, looks like Mark Twain or Samuel Clemens, the real.
There's a little bit of a follow-up to that. Samuel Clemens made that post yesterday or the day before. He made an announcement that he's going to be stepping away from Twitter for a while and taking some time off. And he said that, and then he launched into a full, I guess you would call it a disclaimer about how he's not here to give financial advice, that he's not a licensed advisor, the usual shit. But it read like it was drawn up by an attorney. And if you read between the lines, it sounded like somebody just come after him. I don't know. Apparently they shook him though. He sounded like he was a little shook. That he obviously the two things together. An announcement that I'm going to be stepping away for a while, and that my recent post was not meant to be financial advice, that no one should have taken any action based off of what I said. I take no responsibility for anything that you do as a result of this information. It was that sort of stuff. And so I thought it was interesting that he posted that, and he got it from the DTCC. That was his thing. Was he's like, I'm not making these numbers up. He's like, you can, the URL is right there. You can go look for yourself that I'm not making these numbers up. But what I took away from it was that somebody must have came after him fast and hard with some threats and some other things. I don't know what else would have prompted him to act in that fashion. So it's kind of interesting. And it could all be some elaborate ploy just to get some viral, what do you call it, make this go viral, or to draw more eyes to it. But it certainly looked to me, though, like someone who had touched a hot stove and was recoiling in fear to some extent. I don't know if it was through threat of lawsuits or threat of legal action or what have you, but somebody damn sure didn't like it that he published that.
Sitting there right there in the account, getting ready to get washed. Got spoons or something.
Preacher, I don't know if you heard me earlier complimenting you about putting.
No, sorry. What?
I was complimenting you for putting in the link to our streams in your description in your live stream. So I thought, oh, that's a great idea. So I went to do that on mine, and going in through my OBS stuff, Streamlabs, where I would put that information, which is I think where it would show up like yours shows up. It would not save unless I actually clicked go live. So I went live for like 1 second and then I closed it just so it would save those links to Pirate and you and to the other channels. Mm-hmm. And but then I had somebody quickly on YouTube, or I got a email here, not good when I see a spinning wheel at the very beginning. And I said, sorry about that. I was doing a test. And I told them to look you up and that we're all here on your channel right now. So I don't know if Chili521, who sent me a message, has found us or not, but I told him we're here on your channel today.
Nice.
But yeah, I thought it was a good idea how you put that in your descriptor.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about this yesterday, and I added it with I tried to add it yesterday in Streamlabs, but of course I didn't go live, and when I checked today it wasn't there. So yeah, as you said, you have to go live for it to stick. So I think that moving forward it should be there, but and also for anybody listening in right now, so tomorrow you're going to be streaming Papa Mac, right?
That's my plan, yes sir.
Cool. So I will not, just so anybody listening in, tomorrow's Papa Mac. Friday I can step in unless Papa Mac or Pirate wants to.
I'm not Friday, but Pirate can, or Gray. I don't know if Gray Leaf's got 50 people yet or not. I wonder, is that 50 person limit
start
really
with 50, but the thing is, I don't know if 50 people you need to live stream straight from YouTube. Maybe if you want to stream straight from YouTube you need 50, but I'm assuming if you use Streamlabs you don't, because I had like 6 subscribers when I started, and with Streamlabs I was able to go live.
Yeah, I agree. I think that limit is just a YouTube only, not. So I don't know how Gray Leaf was doing it, but
You need 50, and then even after you get the 50, you need the 50 before they'll even let you apply. Then after you apply, it'll take 24 hours or so, maybe more, before they'll give you the approval to go live.
Because you were doing it straight through YouTube.
On YouTube. On YouTube only.
So yeah, I was just like going live from Streamlabs, so I was not setting up anything on YouTube, so that means I might still not be able to start straight from YouTube unless it's Streamlabs.
The other thing I was confused on, and I'll publicly admit I made a mistake, Pirate. I thought you couldn't schedule a live stream unless you had like 2,000 subscribers or something. I looked that up. There is no limitation if you want to schedule. There's just a bunch of stuff you got to fill out to do it.
Right out. Yeah.
Like if you wanted to say, hey, I'm going to have a stream in 3 days, you can go in and schedule it, and you got to. There's a whole bunch of stuff you got to fill out to make it happen, but you don't have to have a certain amount of subscribers. Did you all see the latest one from Stock Retail? I think there's several people that follow him on here, and I'd heard of him from you guys, but apparently he's kind of fallen on hard times, and he posted a short little video about it today, and he's not like, super chat or whatever, but he's set up a way if people wanted to donate, I guess. So it's interesting.
I don't know about that.
I can't begin to tell you how much, how disgusted I am. But at the very first whiff, when somebody asks me for money, I run like I've been shot in the ass, because that makes me think that from the very beginning, that was what it was all about. All of it was just an effort to reach in my pocket. And that was why I gravitated towards KC and learned to respect him over time about his refusal to take super chats and all of that. The same thing goes with the fucking GoFundMes and all of that shit. The minute you come to me with that shit, I'm blocking you instantly. I don't give a fuck how noble your cause is. I don't fucking care how honest you are. I don't care if the worst disaster in the world has befallen on you. I have no use for panhandlers. If people need resources in America, there's no shortage of places you can reach out to, from local churches to the Red Cross to government aid, all kinds of places. So, but when people start with that shit of, oh, so-and-so is having a hard time, can you send a few bucks? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You're no different than a motherfucker standing on the curb with a piece of cardboard sign. And that's just me. No way.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's going through that. Life is trying to teach him a lesson to stand up.
It's even more egregious than that. Think about it for a minute. These are the very fucking mamalukes that are trying to give you advice, and they can't manage their own finance. It's a perfect example. If this guy's so goddamn smart that he feels the need to go live and give people advice on investing, and that's what they're doing. They're giving, maybe not advice, but opinions. Why should you value somebody's opinion who can't handle their own fucking shit? That was part of my issue from the beginning with a whole bunch of these creators. They're a bunch of young nitwits, still wet behind the fucking ears, have never turned a real buck in their life, and they're walking around like they can speak with some sort of authority about all this. And I'm like, are people that goddamn gullible? But it didn't change things. So many of them rose to celebrity and notoriety just because they had some kind of quirky little fucking podcast or something. I'm like, well, there you go.
We're in a Kardashian world, Pirate.
Yeah.
We're in a Kardashian world where people just want to be famous for being famous and give me money.
Drum roll, please.
Hey, Censor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Never trust a monkey that smokes.
What? What do you mean? It's an adult monkey. It's a senior.
I thought that was an underage monkey. Never mind.
No. You can tell it has experience, life.
He's got makeup on, so yeah, that's an older monkey.
Does he have makeup on? Where?
He does, that monkey, can't you tell?
No, that's just the way it's his life. He's gone through so much. His hair
looks like eyeliner to me.
I don't know about that. Eyeliner. So you're saying the trans monkey?
Hey, I'm not gender, what if it's the word I'm looking for here? I'm not
gender neutral. Stupid. Gender stupid.
Yeah, I'm gender stupid. I'm gender ignorant.
Again, back on that panhandling nonsense. I don't think.
Did you see the video, Yucca? Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who he is. I know who he is. I know of him.
Okay.
But you got to try. Maybe. What about starting your own coin? It's the easiest thing you can do now. What about putting that out there? Put some work into it instead of just asking.
Yeah.
What about
You know,
getting a
he
real job?
said, yeah, he has a job, I think. Well, I mean, because he sees he has a good following, so he's like, oh, let me take advantage of this. I don't like it. I don't like it. Just like pirate, I don't like it. A lot of us have gone through so much, and you're asking the same people that are 90% down. That's so low.
Yeah, that's why I lost respect for you, Yucca, when you started trying to sell those Trump statues.
I never sold one. I gave one away.
Oh,
The one and only, and you know that's worth. It's one.
I tried to buy one from you, and you wouldn't let me. That's how much integrity you have.
You have to wait. You have to wait. It's like those purses that you gotta wait.
You know
until they're all done.
the value is going to go up if you just make us want them all the more.
I'm gonna make one more. I'm gonna put it for auction, and then I'm gonna donate those funds to the Pirate Foundation.
I think you should
For the,
donate it to Pelosi.
for the needy children.
Pelosi's from your state. I think you should take care of your own.
And it's for the kids that want to dress up like a pirate for Halloween. And we'll send costumes out. You know, I don't know. I'm not going to do that. You know, I'm not doing that. It's just filler talk.
Andrew
Yeah,
says you were right, Yucca.
We're broke, man. My whole life is up and down. I've acquired things, and then I've had to sell them because I wasn't able to pay my rent, even though I work. But it's just my spending. I guess I got into so much debt when I was younger, and the same things that I bought with credit cards, I had to sell at the end. So sometimes you gotta sell whatever you can to get back on your feet, whether it's like things that you love, which is ridiculous. How can you love a thing? But like my turntables.
Credit cards are a dangerous thing to a lot of people. They they gotta have self-control when it comes to that.
Yeah, I indulge in credit, and then at the end I'm like, oh shit.
I mean, there a long time. They made it so easy. I'd get so many credit card applications in the mail there for the longest period.
You know, I tried that new, what is it? The Affirm. They put Affirm attached to the Amazon checkout. And Affirm says, you want to use me? Okay, yeah. Let's say it's $1,000 of whatever you're gonna buy. Affirm will say, okay, great. We'll cover. We don't have to run your credit or anything. You'll just give us $100, and we'll finance the rest. We'll deduct it from your card. But that's dangerous. What if you cancel your card, like your bank card, and you just go to another bank? You know, it's like you owe them and not pay them back. Yeah. 1 second.
Yeah, some of these credit cards, 20+% interest rates. You can get buried alive in that stuff. Equilove says he didn't leave a message on the video or tweet because I didn't want to say anything, but he does like Stock Retail's DD on the box office, but he didn't like his take on crypto. So he's always a little standoffish on some topics. Tech Love says he had sold a bunch of stuff that he didn't want to sell in the past few years. The older I get, Tech, the less stuff I want to have around.
Let's see, we have Chuck.
The only thing I can think of that I sold that I regret selling was we had an opportunity to buy the farm, the land that was next to our cattle place, and it was at a foreclosure, and I got it at a hell of a deal. Practically stole the place, but it took everything I had in reserve to get it. But we doubled the size of our operation. We literally doubled our size, our footprint and acreage and everything. And it had a magnificent water feature on it, a little waterfall and some other stuff. The plan was to peel off a piece of the land to keep and then sell the remainder at regular street value, which would allow me to scalp a piece of property. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. The people who wanted to buy it refused to buy a part of it. They wanted all of it or none. So I ended up selling it and making an incredible profit. But that's the only thing I can think of in my adult life that I bought and didn't really want to sell, but I did. But I was forced to because it depleted our toolbox completely, and we would have been out of the real estate game, period. And I wasn't willing to do that. But short of that, I've like to think I've done a pretty good job of making sure that I didn't buy things that I was forced to sell at a later date.
Tech Willow says, I'm suspicious of when people are trying to lead people into things that aren't AMC or GME. So when someone asks for donations tied to AMC community, it makes me think they're trying to peel money away. I'm just a paranoid person. Look, I think it's I don't know if they're trying to peel money as in to hurt the AMC movement. I think they're just looking for a paycheck, right? They probably saw that, who was it? Matt Core's trades, who the TMI, he's still doing it, right? These guys have super chats, they're taking money, and they're, TMI has Discord. At least with TMI, you're getting something out of Discord, because I still see him posting like different plays, where to invest, look for this to get in or look for this to get out. At least you're getting some advice from him, right? Or whatever. But apart from that, I mean, you have a lot of people who just want to make a payday, and if you see a community that's already, that they've already given money to others, maybe they're going to give it to you as well, right? So that's what I'm assuming, that's what they're hoping.
Yeah, I agree with you, Preacher. I don't think there's some giant tactical event that's taking place where there's this plan to separate us and divert money. I think it's exactly what you said. It's just every man for himself. These guys are just like, okay, I was here for the squeeze and it hasn't played out, but I built this following on the internet, so I can make a few bucks off of that. And listen, I don't hate the grind. I don't begrudge anybody. If a guy's producing content, it's no different than if you walk by somebody playing a guitar at a beach bar and you put a few dollars in the hat, or if a guy's playing a piano and you go up and request a song and you give him $5. I get it. They deserve to be compensated for their time, but it should be more like that. It's of a tip nature. It's a monetary basis. And when they start going down this path of like somehow or another, you're obligated to contribute money on a regular basis, like that's a whole nother animal. But I'm just, anytime something starts out with a social narrative and evolves eventually towards somebody asking that money be directed in their direction, my antenna goes up.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like BNS. If it got bad enough, I would go to family members before I go to definitely the public, and I've never gone to family members. But if I was that down now, I think that's where I'd start, not with the general public.
You know, I'll tell you who I'm willing to loan money to. It's very simple. My test is very easy. The people that I know that I could go to for money. If I know without a shadow of a doubt that I can go to a particular person in my orbit and on a request with no questions asked and get $10,000 from them immediately, then I have no problem giving that same person that same courtesy, because apparently we enjoy a relationship that's that strong. But I can promise you, that's a rare, in my world, that's a real small fucking list.
Yeah.
Very fucking
Pirates are very optimistic, thinking people sit on $10,000 like that.
Some of the people that I hang out with.
Yeah, of course.
And they're not rich. I'm talking about guys who maybe just did 20 years in the military and he's lived a frugal life and now he's got a side hustle. I mean, he come out of the military, maybe he drives a tractor trailer and he never got married. The dude, you know, there's some guys out there, you know. But my point is that the first thing I ask myself is, if I was in a real bad fucking spot, would this dude be there for me? And most of the time, the answer is fucking no. So that's the way I apply it. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. No quarter asked, none given. I'm not asking you for anything. You don't ask me. We both carry our own backpack.
Happy Wednesday, MC, or should I say M_C_. Happy Hump Day, as Yucca would say. MC works. All right, MC it is. My real last name is MC and then another word. So that's where the Mac kind of comes from, in the Papa Mac. So I can relate to MC.
I thought it was Max, M-A-X, like Maxwell House Coffee.
Mm.
I thought I was about to call it M_C_.
That's why I call him Papa Max.
You called me Papa Max once, I think, on accident, Pirate, and it kind of stuck, and then several people started doing it.
Yeah, it wasn't on accident.
Oh, okay.
Papa Maximum.
Mm-hmm. Maximilian. You have to be thinking, Pirate. I think I told you this before. I didn't know, but in today's age, you get to pick, as a grandparent, you get to pick what do you want to be called by the grandchildren. And since they asked me, I said, I get to pick? They said, yeah. And I said, oh, I want Papa Mac if I get to pick. In the old days, it used to be whatever the first grandchild, however they mispronounced saying grandpa, grandma, or whatever, that's what stuck. But it's new now. You get to pick.
In my circles, Papa was reserved for the old man, the dad.
Yeah.
Your grandfather, it was different. But Papa.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's usually reserved for the father.
So it's the Father, the Son, and what?
Holy Ghost.
Yeah, the Ghost.
God in three persons, Holy Trinity. They actually have a song, if you're curious. I probably know the lyrics to as many religious songs as I do rock and roll. It's hard not to memorize them when you have that shit drilled into your head 3 days a week for 18 years.
MC saying Devin Nunes is shaking things up. We were talking about Devin yesterday. What's he doing, MC? Is he considered the CEO of DJT? Devin Nunes?
Last I heard, he was. That all went back to Devin Nunes was coming out of Congress. I don't know if he was a senator or House of Representative, but that was when they were denying Trump access to, at that time, Twitter. And he said, in true Trump fashion, well, fuck it, I'll just start my own network. So he hired Devin Nunes to head up the efforts to run Truth Social. Of course, once they went public and tried to raise money via the stock market, they ran up against the short selling and all of that. And then the rest, as they say, is history.
Yeah, it says he's still CEO of Trump Media. American businessman, politician who serves as the chair of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board since January 20th, 2025. So he's chair of the Intelligence Advisory.
He's been named to an advisory board.
Yeah, he was in the House of Representatives before that.
A lot of fancy words to say he can come and go from the White House as he pleases. He can just walk in whenever he wants. Thanks for popping in, MC.
Sorry, go ahead.
She said, thanks for the info. Black to work, I good. I'm assuming it's a typo from his phone saying back to work, I go. But...
Papa, did you tell us you had a Macintosh? What did you have? E-machine computer?
I did have a Macintosh back in my P&G days, and I actually have the shell of it in my basement now. I kept that. I'm going to turn it into a little fish tank someday or something. One of those little SE30s. They were all in one. I don't know if you remember those.
Yeah, I remember those. Yep, those are cool.
Yeah, they were throwing them out at work, and I said, hey, can I? And they said, well, as long as you take the hard drive out, you can have whatever you want. So I grabbed one, and I've kept it around for 20-something years, sitting in my basement, waiting to do something with it. But I don't have a Mac. Or iPad. Actually, do we have? I think we have an iPad. My wife might have an iPad, but
do an iPatch?
iPatch? No iPatch. That's pirate.
So what do you run now?
I have Intel-based PCs, and I have a laptop. But I don't really use it. My wife uses that, but I have desktop Intel-based. Three monitors. Graphics card, high-end graphics card. What do I have? I think I have 12 gig of RAM, I think. About 5 hard drives, M.dot chip. I don't know if you know what an M.dot is, but...
M.dot? I'm not from India.
It's an M.dot.
Should I know?
It's an NVMe SSD. You place it on the motherboard. Like there's slots.
It's faster than a SSD. So a solid state drive, it's much faster even than that.
Is that like a Hinduism thing?
Sort of, but not.
Okay.
It's more Buddhist.
Yeah, I just got the laptop. They just delivered it. It has 32, gigabytes of RAM.
Nice.
Are those
Does it
from, are those like Hindu or like from Tibet or?
This one, the one I got, it's from, it's from India.
Does it
So
run
it comes already
on incense or?
It comes hacked already, so it comes opened. So as soon as I connect it, India is connected to me, and they still own my
Your
info.
information.
Yeah, then they
That's
start
not what
calling
that is.
me. I know you didn't. I have no idea what that meant by incense.
Yeah, does it run on incense? Or not?
I don't know. It is not.
So it's a fake one.
It's a fake. Yeah, it is.
He's the pilot. He's the pilot. Where is it?
Yeah.
Where's the suspect? Yeah, okay.
Oh, what?
My interpretation didn't work. There it is.
Yeah, I don't like the fake one.
Sorry.
You know, it's Intel Core i5.
I got an i7.
That's weak.
Yeah,
Mine's like
it's weak.
6
Really?
years old.
Damn it!
I have an i8.
Oh, you're way beyond us.
Oh wait, mine's an i9. I just looked.
I'm so behind. What does Pirate have?
Man, I'm rocking the
What are you
HP
running on?
Pavilion.
He's got a.
I got the HP Pavilion, man. My shit is like, it's rare. I'm driving like
Yes,
it's like
sir.
having a 19. It's like a AC Shelby Cobra. You know, they're
He's
really
running on
rare,
Windows
very
95?
powerful.
He has to put peanuts in there for the squirrel that's running in the cage inside of his.
Nice. Is it Windows 95?
I don't fucking know. How the fuck would I even check?
I'm sure it's not. You wouldn't be able to do what you do.
Look, I know when Preacher goes live right now, if he wants to like do a thing where it says watch my stream, if I click on it, like all my shit locks up, I start dropping screens, my cursor freezes up, smoke rolls out of the back of the computer.
Oh shit.
Are you on a Windows-based preacher?
If
Yeah,
all of you guys are
always.
fighting with modern automatic weapons, I think I'm using like a muzzleloader black powder Kentucky long rifle.
Are you Windows 10 preacher?
Yeah, still on 10. Didn't want to upgrade. I'm gonna.
Isn't
hold
it
for that.
like October of next year when support stops? I think, or this year, I should say.
He doesn't need support. He knows enough.
Look, in my whole life, I never needed support from Windows on anything. Like, I never had to go to Microsoft and tell them, "Hey, help me with this," right? Or
Yeah, I never either.
Oh, I need
But
an
from
update for
security.
this.
Yeah, but for security, just from hacking, they won't do any security updates or anything once they stop support.
You know what I found is the best security?
Now what?
Don't
Don't go
on
on the
stupid links. Don't go on websites you don't know. Don't click on links you're not asking for. It's like.
But I like to click on Yucca stuff just to see what happens.
So then you need to be supported. I agree. You need to be on Windows
So
11.
you're not worried if you're not in a supported operating system, you're okay running it.
I don't know. Like I was on Windows 7 for years without it having security support, and nothing happened to me, right? Because I kind of keep myself secure, right? So. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you run antivirus software of any specific kind, or?
Now what?
I usually run but a free one. So
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
I paid for ESET. I don't know if you ever heard of ESET, but at work, that was the best one that worked with Dragon, Naturally Speaking, which all the doctors use Dragon voice software, and it was the most compatible. And it really had a light footprint, and I really liked how it worked, so I stuck with it when I left there.
Yeah, I don't know, but a big chunk of that was actually developed in Romania.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I remember they actually had an office in my hometown, which
Nice.
is strange because that's a very small city.
Yeah, it's good software. I like it.
Malware Bytes?
I use that too.
Yeah, that's the one I have. don't know how good it is.
Real-time support, or when you are just looking for a problem?
No, I just have it running all the time.
Because I had a tool that would go through and scan your computer and all that. I'd use that from time to time when I have a computer with a problem, and sometimes it would find stuff that other things wouldn't. But I didn't use it for real time. I didn't. I mean, it may be a good one. I don't know.
It's, yeah, I have the. It says Malwarebytes browser guard, and then I have the one for the computer, the actual, I don't know, software that's installed that runs everything. Like it scans everything. And then I have the VPN add-on to it. I don't know why I need that. If apparently I don't go on suspicious websites like PH. What is it? Yeah, PH.
I never heard of that.
Yeah. P-Hub?
I know what you're talking about. I did know what you're talking about on that one. You don't ever take your laptop to Figueroa Street, do you?
No. The new one, I'm not connecting to the internet.
There you go.
That will never be connected to the internet. It's gonna have.
And when I was doing a video editing business, I did not allow my video editing workstation to be on the internet, because once you got a video editing workstation working the way you want, you don't want any problems.
And yeah, I don't even want it updating. I'm fine. Like, fucking updates, man. I think that's what happened with this one. It did the update, and now everything is not working how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's one of my pet peeves too, Yucca. I hate it when I pick up my phone or the iPad and they've done some sort of an update that allows you to put at ears on your cartoon emoji. And in order for them to do that, they had to fuck up my entire system. I'm like, I don't give a shit about your upgrade. I want you to leave my shit alone. I was happy with what I had. I don't want any more. I don't need any improvements. And all you're doing is creating work for me. And for me, it's like I'm somewhat of a control freak anyhow. I feel like I'm being forced to take action on something by someone, like they're exerting some sort of control over me. And it drives me through a fucking wall.
Sorry, side note for Greyleaf. I guess Papa Mike and myself are both using Streamlabs, so if we're gonna go with that, we can probably advise you better than with OBS.
Which they all.
I don't know why you're having so much trouble, Greyleaf, getting over 36 subscribers, because most of the time, and I will tell you this, Greyleaf, you're going to have to practically beg for them. Nobody's going to. Very rarely will they just subscribe, because you're not putting out a lot. I don't think you're putting out enough content. I might be wrong, unless you're running some sort of some sort of operation now where you put some videos and stuff out and people stumble across it and say, "Oh, this is cool shit, I'll subscribe." But I kind of assume that you got to pretty much beg for the 50 to get started, and then you're going to have to try to put some content out that will get a few more, because I can tell you, if you fall below the 50, they'll turn your shit off. So it's not as simple as just getting to the 50 and getting a license. You need to put out. So what I would suggest you do is just beg for them. Just ask people.
Hey, Pirate, if you use Streamlabs, Pirate, that 50 threshold doesn't matter.
Oh, well, there you go.
So that's, she was asking about that. So Preacher and I use Streamlabs, so we'd be able to at least share from our experiences how to use it. But there's a learning curve to Streamlabs.
And you have to have a computer that'll support it. If you have an old potato like mine, it's a no-go.
You need to get Sandy on one day, and we're gonna beg her for you to get $500 and get a PC.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
She gives me $500, man. I'll buy more AMC.
I was just about to do a GoFundMe for Pirate, but then he went on that soliloquy about GoFundMe, so I think I'll hold back on that.
No, you know what? Well, actually, I can't even turn on super chats because I think you need like 500 subscribers or something like that for those. But yeah, we'll gather funds, and 10% of the proceeds will go to Pirates. Shit. Now, Pirate, like,
Man, I need the bragging rights, man. I need the bragging rights. So when we're all in the great meetup in the sky and we're toasting and showing each other our portfolios where we sold out and how much money we made, I want to be able to say I did mine with that Pavilion 23.
No, but you can say that, look, I bought all my shares on that thing, and now take it and put it in a, put it in a viewing glass, put it somewhere you can see it, make it a mantelpiece, whatever you want. Just
I'll put it next to my antique clock.
Yeah. Look, if with God's help, in the near future, we're gonna squeeze. I probably want to buy you a PC. I'll get you one. From my from
that would, Poland. That would never happen. In a million years, I would never accept that. You know that.
Why not? I mean, come on.
I wouldn't take a gift like that from friends. It's too exorbitant.
If I can afford it, man. I mean, the thing is, I'm overly optimistic. I'm expecting like thousands a share or nothing.
Share.
I'm expecting.
You're not selling until you get a million a share.
Yeah, so a PC is gonna be like, like a 100th 1% of a share or something like that.
Grayleaf, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't know why you wouldn't just take a moment and go to any random YouTube channel that's live. There's always somebody live. Go into the chat and just very nicely say, "Listen, I need."
Because it says I'm using iPad Pro, so I don't know how that works with iPads. It's another reason why I'm not a fan of Apple devices. Because they're so proprietary.
Apparently, Streamlabs will run on an iOS device. I just was looking through. It apparently does run there, but that will be a difference from what we're doing. So some of our help may not be as helpful because it'll be different in some aspects. But apparently, it's possible to run it on an iPad. But
I'll start over. I'm just a fucking caveman. I don't know why they can't just go right. Grayleaf can't go to any random live YouTube stream and appeal to the kindness of strangers. Look, I have 58 subscribers. I have 36. I need 50. Is anyone here willing to help me out? I appreciate that. And if you pick up 1 or 2 subscribers, you've only got to do it on a few channels. There's lots of kind people out there. I've done it many times. It doesn't hurt anything to give somebody a subscription. It doesn't cost you anything.
Let's see if we can make a dent. So right now you're at 33. So anyone that's listening in, if you didn't already, here's the link. Please go to Grayleaf.
Yeah,
it's going to be another stream for us to stream AMC and GME.
Our friend Grayleaf has offered graciously to become part of our backup to the backup system. In order for that to happen, they need 50 subscribers before they can meet the minimum requirement from YouTube. So if any of you within the sound of our voice, if you haven't already subscribed, click on. Well, there you go. Preacher put he's made it idiot proof. There's a link right there. All you have to do is go to the YouTube link and subscribe to Grayleaf to help them achieve that modest number of 50. But if that fails, Grayleaf, it shouldn't be a Herculean effort just to go to random sites. I would imagine if you go to 10 sites, you'll pick up 30 subs. It doesn't take very long. It's just a matter of doing the work. And once those people click subscribe and you get 50, most people won't unsub unless you do something to piss them off. After that, your very first time of going live should add to that. So if you go live Friday, for instance, there's an opening Friday. If you want to step into the battlefield and go live Friday, if you stay live for 8 hours on Friday, there's a real good possibility you should pick up, 10, 15 subs or 5. And then after that, it grows exponentially. You don't have to run the risk of falling below that 50 threshold. So it seems to me like that. If you unless you want to go through the learning curve of Streamlabs That's if you have the hardware or computer that supports it. I don't. I'm just saying there is a way, and it's good old-fashioned cold calling. Ask for it. Nobody's going to beat your door down and say, "Hi, Gray Leaf, I heard you're fucking wonderful. Let me help you get your channel started." Life doesn't work that way.
A few months ago, I think I had 40 Pirate when you and I started, and then we learned about the 50 requirement. So I said, "Hey, I'm at 40," and quickly, like 20 people that day signed up. But I am now at 464, and that's doing no advertising, no trying, no nothing. That just happened organically. So there you go.
And look, really, worst case scenario, join us on Discord, share your screen, and we'll try to guide you. We'll try to see if we can make this work. It's going to be something new for everyone because it's iOS, but
Preacher has 97 subs. I have 136 or something, and that's more than twice as many as required. And I'm not here to chase numbers. I have no desire to be king of the internet or any of that shit. I just want to hang out with my friends, and I've only done this insofar as it just ensures that if all else fails, I'll turn the son of a bitch on myself, and maybe nothing else yucca will show up, or audio. And then, so again, I don't think there's a whole lot of brain surgery to a lot of this unless you want to go monetized. And like I said, if you want to be the next Mr. Beast, then I'm the wrong guy to talk to. But if you just want to be able to go live and hang out with some friends, I can tell you what worked for me. It wasn't really hard. The hard part comes when you push that button that says go live. That's when the rubber meets the road. People are like, "Okay, you got my attention. You're on the stage. Your microphone's on. We got a spotlight on you. Everybody, quiet down, and let them sing their song." That's where the rubber hits the road.
Oh, and I can help you there, Great Leap. I'll write you an AI song if you want.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I mean, I will, but I'm teasing.
It was always the same. All the fucking losers from the peanut gallery that always had so much critiquing to do and so much to say until you said, "Hey, you can come into the back of the big tramp and go live." "Oh, no, I don't have time for that." Or there's always a fucking excuse with that bunch. They're more than willing to be critical of somebody else's content, but they wouldn't dream in a million fucking years of even getting up and speaking for 10 minutes unscripted, much less the rest of the day. So I learned real quick to grow a thicker skin and try to ignore a lot of that foolishness. Old Sandy Paula sent 2 pictures of somebody took drone pictures from next door. That's cool.
it actually great. If I think I have another account I can give you a sub from. Just a moment. There you go, I just got another one.
Preacher, do you know, are we able to export like our scenes if we wanted to share them amongst each other? So people wouldn't have to start from scratch?
I don't know, but I doubt it because you mean Streamlabs, right?
Yeah.
The sources are connected, like they're configured to your microphone, to your display, your actual screen. It has a code in it that it connects to your everything, right? If you use a different resolution, it's gonna be in a different, it's gonna capture stuff from a different place than where you usually have it. So it's all very individual to every PC.
Yeah, gotcha.
Greyleaf, do you have Discord installed? And if yes, do you have Pirates channel?
Well, she's working on songs, so I guess she's got a tool to do that. Great. Are you using suno.com by chance? Greyleaf? suno.com?
Neighbor, kind enough to share. Somebody flew a drone like yours, Papa. Took some pictures of their house from out over the water looking in.
Nice.
They were kind enough to send me some of those. Yeah, put it in Discord.
That looks really nice. And yeah, in the meantime, Greyleaf, if you are able to join us on Discord even now, share your screen and we can try to see if we can set up that Streamlabs together.
Bet you never thought you'd see that view.
Yeah,
of your place.
That looks amazing. Now
that's not white sand we see.
That's a nice place to live in. Like, that's really nice. Like, you're really privileged pirate. I mean, I'm not talking about white privilege. I know you've worked for it, and you deserve it. So yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, well, we're very proud of it. That's the result of my wife being married to me for 30 years and being denied a holiday. Never had so much as a single vacation. Had to make some choices earlier on. Obviously, that's my neighbor's house. Mine's the one to the left. It would be
the
one with the fucked up boat dock. You can see where I haven't finished putting the board back on my boat dock.
Yeah, but your dock's longer, right?
Yeah, I have the longest one. I paid extra for a permit. I went 500 feet. Most of those are 250 to 300. I wanted to be out in deep enough water where I could swallow a yacht. When I say swallow, I mean have enough freeboard or enough draft that
you can move a yacht.
And pull a big boat into shallow water.
Now, all this powder, is that from the Cuban planes that pass by?
You know what the street value of that is?
It's cocaine all over. Everybody's high out there right now. What's what? Papa?
What's the street value of that?
Preacher's a little closer.
What, Papa?
What's the street value, Yaka?
The street value?
Yeah, of all that white stuff.
Of all that Peruvian marching powder.
Yeah, I don't know. You gotta act quick.
You snort that stuff, boy, you'll get brain freeze.
Gee, it's like what is it? The Bane, Cocaine Bane. What was it? The name of that movie? I didn't see it.
Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, Cocaine Bear. Whose boat is that on the right?
His neighbors.
He just bought that. That's the
It's new, yeah.
neighbor. Yeah, little bitty little fishing boat.
Cool. Now that's just the lake, or is that connected to the ocean?
No. That runs out to the Gulf of Mexico. If you look at the second picture, I don't know if Preacher posted it or not, or even in the first picture.
Yeah, this is the second
that's the house in the center is my neighbor. Obviously, that's the one they just built. The guy from England. But if you look to the right of that, That's not a house. That's the homeowners association. It's like a little party room. And if you notice, there's a real big swimming pool and there's a dock there. That's for the other 90 houses in the subdivision. If you live inland, you can come down there and let your kids swim or whatever. So that's not a personal home. That's just like a common area for everybody to use. And that's the end of our subdivision. The actual subdivision next door is the one that has the boat. That's a new development that just started.
Okay. Gulf of America.
Yeah. So there's your house, Pirate. There's your house with the longest dock. Then there's the one that's right in the dead center is your neighbor who got the drone. And then the very next dock is the homeowner association?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So people who own other houses in the neighborhood, you can reserve that for a retirement ceremony or a party or whatever. And then when you have that, no one else is allowed to attend. But otherwise, it's open for use year round. You can go over there. Every homeowner has a key to it. It has a fully stocked kitchen, big ass swimming pool, boat dock, and all that kind of shit. So you can use it anytime you want. There's a modest gym in it and all that kind of shit. But if you wanted to have like a birthday party there, you got to put a deposit down, and then you get the sole use of the building. They never close the swimming pool down. They don't have a mechanism where you can reserve the swimming pool for a pool party. The pool is always open to everybody, but you can reserve the building for like a wedding or something.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's very nice. Right next, 2 doors down. That's nice.
So based on this picture, what I've noticed is that you're bringing down the property value, Pirate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the white trash hillbilly. We're the Beverly Hillbillies here, man. We are. Yeah.
Do they have petitions against you from time to time or not?
No, not so much. But
okay,
it's like any place. There's 100 houses here, and you have a little cliquishness, and there's a whole lot of ex-military, which I'm in good graces with them. And then we have, I'm sure we have no shortage of Karens and what have you, and busybodies. So we're not immune to the same shit you see through any other HOAs and what have you.
Yeah, are you talking about the dock being unfinished? Is that what you were getting at?
He's got construction going on over there.
Yeah, wheelbarrows out in the yard and shit.
His side of the no, that's the other side too. I don't know if that's dried land. Is that the lake is that drying up? Or is that just shallow water? Right?
That's low tide in the wintertime. It's very shallow. That's a sandbar. You can actually see the snow on the one in front of my house. There's a little snow that accumulates on the sandbar.
Wow.
And in the summertime, that's all beach. There's it's like a sandy beach. And of course, the farther out you walk, the deeper the water gets.
So what were you doing with all the wheelbarrow loads? Where were you going with it? Just dumping it in?
No. The seawall around the house there already had stone on it. So we repurposed that. We reused it for erosion control. There's a seawall or a bulkhead, if you will, right there. You see where those boat docks reach the beach?
Yep.
Okay, that beach is water level. You can't see it in that picture, but there's stone. That whole beachhead is covered with giant stones.
Like I'm
to keep it from
moving my
washing
cursor
away.
across it.
There's a bulkhead there that's about 4 feet high. And then if you go up through the yard, if you look at my house, and of course my neighbors, it's probably more evident in my neighbor's picture, you'll see another wall. Well, that wall is like 7 feet tall. So you go from the beach up to the yard 4 feet, and then from the yard up into the houses is like another 8 feet. And those bulkheads are where you line the rock up for erosion control. There's some pictures in general. If you go back and scroll up through, you might have to go through the timeline a little bit, but when you go back to the Operation Fred Flintstone, you'll see where I was piling up those rocks for erosion.
So the stuff you busted out with the jackhammer, you just use now as erosion control.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can see the guys on the right don't have this. So basically, if there's a big tide or I'm assuming storm, they're gonna wake up with like the the fish inside the house.
Well, if you look to the house to the left of me, they only have is the bulkhead at the beach. Their yard is just a gently sloping hill that runs up. So if you look one house to the left of them, you'll see the bulkhead again. Yeah. So the houses to the two houses to the far left, they both have seawalls. And then my neighbor has none. He's the oddball. And then of course my house has a seawall, and the people next to me have a seawall.
Has he ever paid for that? I mean,
running a seawall. We talked about running a seawall across from my new neighbor on the one side all the way across and filling that entire area up. But we walked away from that. What was that, Papa? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
The next door neighbor with no seawall, has he ever had problems with seawater getting to his house?
No, because his house is the same elevation of ours. It's about the erosion of the yard.
Okay.
So his house sits the same height as ours. So if his house floods, my house will flood. It just means the water's coming up over my seawall. The difference is he could wake up and he could have a hole in his backyard that's 15 foot deep, where the wave action, what's called a scouring action, it pulls all the soil out of the yard, and all of your soil ends up out in the water, and you have to pay for countless loads of dump trucks to come fill it back in. If your foundation doesn't get undermined and your house begins to collapse.
Yeah.
So the way you counter that is you have to have a really strong sod. If you have a really robust system of roots, and it goes a long ways. But no, he's at a risk by not having that wall.
Yeah. Now to your right side.
Yeah, Pro Joe, we're about 12 feet above sea level.
On the right side, there's like a forest. Is that like swamp? What is all that?
No, that's some wealthy fuck's land.
Ooh.
That land runs from the water to the main highway. Our subdivision's all back up to a main highway. That was all undeveloped land. It was owned. That was a doctor who owned that. I forget his name, but he bought that back in the 60s. And they're right next to that. You can't see it. It's out of frame. But a little farther to the right is a campground. And next to that is the little airport where the little airplanes take off and they drag the banners up and down the beach that say, come to the titty bar for 2-for-1 drinks and all that. So on the other side of that land is a campground, and then the other side, that's the airport. The campground was going to buy that and to develop it. I thought about buying it to developing it to a campground, but unfortunately it's worth a fortune for a subdivision. So they'll eventually sell that. What you don't realize is if I was able to dig up an old picture, those trees you're talking about, Yucca, those trees came all the way over to our HOA. Those 3 houses that are on the water on the right-hand side, all of those are only a year old. Are 2 years old. They built those 2 years ago. So where you see that lone pine tree on the beach, and then of course that boat that you mentioned, all of that is only 2 years old. They built 50 houses, including the 3 on the water. They did that in one summer. Raped all the trees off of it and built 53 houses in about 6 months.
I can't believe that land hasn't been developed next door to you by now. He must really have a lot of money and just doesn't care.
Look, I mean, It's an investment if you're sitting.
It's always worth more. It's worth more. It's never. It's not like it's going to be worth less.
Yeah.
Even when you figure in what they pay in taxes, it's like owning stock in Berkshire Hathaway. You're either going to make some money or a lot of money, but you're never going backwards on it. And that's what that's all about. It's gone on for generations down here. Everybody wants a piece of that wet shit. Building code says you have to have 80 feet wide or nothing. So when you take a guy like that that's got 10 or 15 acres, he takes the tent, he'll put 5 houses right on the water. He'll make the road come from the highway all the way back to those 5 mansions. They'll do a cul-de-sac, and then all of the houses between the water and the highway are all high end. They're just not waterfront, because you don't build entry-level homes next to mansions. So what you end up with is a subdivision full of really expensive homes, and because of the way they do comparable sales, they support the pricing. And of course, They make a minimum square footage requirement and all of that. But the reason it's hard to buy like 10 acres of that land, take a bulldozer over there and scrape out a beautiful campground, is because it would take about 20 to 25 years to see real strong payout off of that because of the slow grind of a campground. When you consider that they built those 3 waterfront houses and all those houses in one summer, that was done. From the time they bought that land until the time they put that boat dock in this summer for that guy, that's over with. And that developer, he's gone on somewhere else looking for another piece of land. Oftentimes, it's about how much you can make and in what time frame. So there's some entertainment for you.
Be nice, pirate.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm sure everyone's eager to see the charts back up. She sent that to me. I was sitting here and I thought, man, that was awful thoughtful of my neighbor to send that to me. And I shared it with his Mrs. Pirate and thought I'd send it to you guys as well. So there you have it.
Did they send you a video or just a still image?
Just the 2 still images.
Gotcha.
He is a builder. I told you they're from England. He's a 3rd generation custom builder. He builds some of the finest homes that money can buy. She is she's a heavy hitter in the real estate industry. She's been in real estate sales, I think, for 35, 38 years or something, but she has a long presence in this neighborhood. She's what they call a big producer. So he's actually kind of a Mr. Mom. When he's not building houses, he takes care of them. They have 4 children and he runs the household and she's the breadwinner in the family.
What age kids are we talking here?
They got 2 that's one's in college, one graduated college, and then they have 2 younger ones. So they had 2 oops babies later on in life. They've got a total of 4. The 2 are still in like middle school or maybe starting high school, I think.
Wow.
The other 2 are out. But the vast majority of this neighborhood is ex-military, mostly officers.
We are 3 minutes into the power hour, FYI.
To be clear, it's really not my chosen lifestyle. I was always one of those guys that said I would never live in a subdivision, never want to be where you bump lawnmowers on a Saturday morning while you're trying to cut grass. I've always been a farm boy, or at least live out in the county where you got some space around you. But if you want to enjoy that boating lifestyle, the whole Jimmy Buffett thing, unless you have incredibly deep pockets, it's hard to do it without having a neighbor. It's just the way it is. Well, hopefully everybody went to Grayleaf, to their YouTube thing, and threw a sub to get her, I think it is, over the 50 subscriber mark. She needs 14 more. I don't see any reason why that can't happen in short order. Yucca's gone. Never mind. Disregard last transmission. Yucca is gone.
Are we still doing that topic?
The AMC made a new low of $3.42 about 5 minutes ago.
Yep. So,
Bro, Jeweler, we're real close to 12 feet, but we're on the edge of a bluff here. If you go east, if you get in a kayak or canoe and paddle east from my house, the elevation, it's very subtle, but it rises. And it ends up with what we would call like a modest bluff, I guess. And it's like 18 to 25 feet above sea level. And that's considered some premium real estate because it's, in the 500-year floodplain. There's a couple bluffs in Pensacola proper where a lot of the heavy hitters, the lawyers, the doctors, and the Indian chiefs all live. And they all enjoy what is essentially having their house on a cliff right next to the salt water. And it essentially makes it flood proof. So all they have to be concerned with during hurricanes are high winds. And it's far easier to build to prepare for high winds. There's really no stopping a flood. And that is considered kind of the creme de la creme, if you will. There you go. Donkey Kong threw one in for Gray Leaf. So now she only needs 14 more or 13 more.
But Donkey Kong just subbed. And also, if there's anyone that's now in listening in that wasn't here a few minutes back, Greyleaf is trying to get up to 50 subscribers, so that this would enable the live stream straight from YouTube, so it wouldn't need Streamlabs. So yeah, if anyone is here and didn't subscribe already to Greyleaf, feel free to drop.
Shout out to Tenny Foils. Well done, Tenny Foils. I salute you. Tenny Foils said that Ten Foils has 2 subs for Greyleaf, so that's 3 that we've managed. If my math is correct, she only needs 13 more. This is the way. Look, don't make me go back through the chat.
14,
I'm bored right now. I will go back to this chat and I will ask everybody one at a time. I will literally put you on blast and make you either declare yes, you have subscribed to Greyleaf, or no, you haven't. And woe to the fucker that I find out who hasn't subbed. You don't want to run afoul of Pirate.
So Pirate
Power Hour.
We're at 40 now. If Pro Jeweler also isn't subscribed and will subscribe, that's 41. So just that would make 9 only remaining.
All right. So
Nice.
Jeweler, the link is underneath your question, where it says link question mark. Oh, you just dropped it again for him. Okay, there you go. It's in there twice then.
I got an alert from Capital One. They said somebody in New York tried to use my credit card. It was declined. So I don't know how.
Wait, so you have your credit card with you?
Yeah, it's in my drawer. Like I don't,
I don't. You know what that means?
Yeah,
verification purposes, Yaka. Could you give me the PIN number?
I'm watching a Pornhub. What does that mean? Somebody changed the email address. They went into my account and they put their own email address.
Yeah, but that I want to believe that someone might have skimmed your credit card. I would go and replace it as fast as possible. Skim? Do you know what a skimmer is?
No.
It's basically a card reader that people put on top of the original one at ATMs or at shops. You have the small one where you
gas station.
Yeah, but I don't.
Petrol.
I don't. The card is in the drawer. Like I don't use it. Like whenever I need to use it, I'll take it with me. So it's been in there. I just checked. It's been in there for months.
Yeah, but I mean,
read me the number, man. I need the number. Read me the number.
Want to double check? I mean, what I think it's either I.
Well, give me the number on the back. There's a 3-digit code on the back. I need that first.
Okay.
What's the 3-digit code on the back?
my social as well? Do you want to run that? Make
Yeah,
sure that
The
it could have been
Did
used.
the email that they changed it to have Papa Mac anywhere in the email?
Nah, something baby something. It said baby oil something.
Okay, that's not me.
Look, the thing is, I don't know how this works, how they use it exactly, but you don't know how long they leave a skimmer there, right? They might, because especially with the size of storage, like the micro SD can be like so big right now. You can have like, I think even 500 gigabytes micro SD cards, right? So they can put a skimmer on an ATM or something, and they can come back for it maybe even months later, right? So maybe a place where you used that card months ago, they just picked up the skimmer more recently and started going through every card they read. I would change the card, because as long as your credit card keeps the same numbers and it's in their system, in your bank system with the same numbers, you don't know, maybe they block one user, but maybe they try again, or maybe they share that information and someone else will try it with some other technique.
Well,
replace that card
I asked,
if you can.
I asked the guy, the Capital One called me, and he said, we don't need to replace your card. I said, are you sure? Yeah. So it's on them.
Yeah, because if someone else tries again and succeeds, what you're gonna say? Oh, Capital One told me I don't need to replace it, and they're gonna be like, I don't.
I'm with Preacher on this, Yucca. I would tell him. I'm known to go about it like this. Did I confuse you? I'm not fucking asking you. I'm telling you, cancel my card and send me a new one. I didn't fucking stutter.
Yeah,
try that. Go with that.
If that's money, if you have money on that, or they can make you liable to pay money, get it replaced, because you're responsible, not them. For them, it's more work. For you, you're losing money.
Credit cards. You're not on the hook for any unauthorized purchases on credit cards. Up to $50 or under is all you're on the hook for. But even the $50 they'll waive if you report.
If you fight.
Yeah.
Debit
cards, no, that's a different story. Debit cards is like taking cash, so you gotta be careful.
Yeah, it's like you're screwed.
Yeah.
Debit card is like you're just like, oh. Yeah. So I'll call them again. I'll just say, you know what? Yeah, send me a new one.
My business credit card, they somebody at work called and said, hey, you didn't and she was joking because she knew. She goes, you're not in and I said no. Yeah, we just got a call from the credit card company. It was like a $5 transaction at a gas station in London, and then a few minutes later was an $800 purchase for a plane ticket out of London. And they said, we're pretty sure this was fraudulent use. I said, yeah, he's here in the U.S.
I was traveling once and I filled up in Cincinnati, Ohio, credit card. And then I stopped again in the middle of Birmingham, Alabama, to get another tank, and they refused a credit card. Of course, I came unglued. First thing I do is call Mrs. Pirate up. I'm like, I'm getting ready to fucking go off on somebody. She's like, I'll take care of it. But it's usually because two transactions happened so far apart. I guess it triggered something in their algorithm that said, this is not normal, and they denied my card. I'm like, look, I'm trying to pump a tank of gas, and they're telling me this card doesn't work. I'm getting ready to fucking lose my shit on somebody. Usually, Mrs. Pirate would make sure I have 2 or 3 in my wallet, so I'd have to just go on to a different card. But it would set me off. But I get it. You know, sometimes they do things to protect you, and it doesn't always make sense at the time.
And they're getting pretty sophisticated. They'll know like how many miles apart places are, and they'll calculate it. And
another one is when we would flip a house, we would make it easy on Mrs. Pirate's bookkeeping. We would have a specific credit card dedicated to all purchases for that house. Made it really easy when it comes to calculating your cost for materials and all that. So we'd have a card that would go unused, and then overnight it would go on fire, you know, just fucking burning it up. And I get it, you know, they call you up and say, hey, is this you? You know, this thing's been dormant. And we're like, yeah, it's us. Sometimes Sandy would even anticipate it, and she would just, you know, let them know ahead of time, look, I've just activated this card. We're getting ready to go buck wild. And they're like, yeah, have at it.
afternoon, everybody.
Stop. Happy New Year.
Hey, Brandon.
Okay.
Was anyone blessed enough to get that Novo virus? Because I got it the other day for a day. It was wonderful.
Oh, really?
I got a flu shot today. Does that count for anything?
No, that ain't gonna feel like food poisoning. Could feel worse.
Yeah, but my shoulder's starting to get a little sore.
Now why?
ARM Holdings PLC is up 14.74%.
Pirate, which one? What's up?
ARM, ARM
Oh, yeah.
PLC.
I used to have them as a customer. I used to work for them,
Something's up,
like IT support.
up 15% in one day.
Probably good earnings. You know, they're developing chips mostly. They're basically working. They're creating the infrastructure. I don't think they're involved directly in printing the chips, but it's, you know, basically designing them is a very important part. So KC, as you know, he worked in the printing part, but you know,
Yep.
yeah.
I remember.
So yeah.
New low for GameStop for GameStop 27.55.
Yeah, 341 on AMC. So if any of you lucky apes are sitting on dry powder at these prices, damn, I wish I could buy more. Because the way I'm looking at this, right, and you know, it's all also about dollar cost averaging and lowering that average, but you're looking at it and you're paying currently, if you're buying, right, if I buy, I'm paying $3.42 for a share that at, you know, the most probably conservative prices, when we squeeze, it's going to be 500, 1,000 or whatever, right?
Oh, thank you for sharing that.
It's crazy.
500,000 or 500 to 1,000?
Well, conservatively speaking, 500 to 1,000, right? But we're...
You kind of broke up then. It sounded like you said 500,000.
No, I'm expecting that as well. Don't you worry.
I had to do some recalculations on my exit spreadsheet if it goes to 500,000.
Mrs. Pirate announced breaking news. Pete Hegseth, for you political wonks out there, he was just confirmed. Finally got it voted through the Senate. I think he got one fucking Democrat vote. But people should be ashamed of themselves. He's a good man and a decent man. And
Did you hear the last minute? Did you hear the last minute attack they did on him?
No, I heard most of that bullshit. But what did you come up with at the end there?
His sister-in-law, ex-sister-in-law, filed a whatever it is where you sign, you know, you swear to something is true or whatever, that he was mean to something, affidavit, at last minute, you know, thing. And the ex-wife had said he was not physical with her, but the sister-in-law was trying to say he was, and
trying to paint him as a wife beater or a misogynist, all that shit. Yeah, it's particularly nasty shit, man. But for those who are paying attention, he is now the Secretary of Defense. And that's going to be incredible.
Well, there goes the female recruitment up big time.
Yeah. You don't want to be one of the fucking transvestites. One of these birth defects walking around with that's a man wearing a woman's uniform. You might want to, if I was in that fucking group, they might want to start looking for other career opportunities, because I'm telling you, shit's getting ready to go sideways for them.
Yeah, Joe Fetterman, who voted for him, he's not too far from transferring to being a Republican, that guy.
Yeah, who would have thought he would turn out to be one of the saner ones? It took a brain aneurysm to knock some sense into him.
AMC, we just dipped under 30 on the RSI, so we're oversold currently. See, Bitcoin news. It says Bitcoin gains after initial disappointment with Trump's crypto policies. Analysts warn of volatility until concrete crypto policies announced. Trump's crypto ventures criticized for potential conflicts of interest. Updates prices to late afternoon trade. Adds details about SEC task force reaction. What the heck is this style of news? This is just junk, to be honest. Wow. Because the title of the news I'm looking at from Webull, it says update 3 Bitcoin gains as US SEC gives crypto its first policy win. And then it says nothing about this. It's just silly. Okay, you can see here there's a piece. It says the Security and Exchange Commission's new leadership said on Tuesday it has created a task force to develop a regulatory framework for digital assets, the first major move by Trump's new administration to overhaul crypto policy. The president has moved quickly on his agenda, Coinbase chief legal officer Paul Grewal said in a phone interview. The SEC has made it clear they understand that and want to be a part of that. Another quote, the digital asset market is disappointed to not have been mentioned in the inauguration speech or day one executive orders, said Geoffrey Kendrick, global head of digital assets research at Stanford Chartered. Thing is, there was, I remember there was some kind of Bitcoin conference that Trump took part of, and he was, I mean, it was the same one where people were basically complaining about Gary Gensler, and when he mentioned that he's going to replace them, the whole room went wild, and he was repeating this, and so like, oh, so you don't like him, you don't want him. So I do also find it a bit strange that he was so happy to see the support he had from the crypto community, and then he didn't really mention anything about it. Yeah, like you said earlier, Pirate, there's different priorities now, especially in the early days. Ooh, wait. So, Donkey said, Vetterman had impressed me with its common sense approach. Now if we can have the rest of the Democratic Party have strokes. And then said, immigration started raids in my neighborhood today. Damn, that was fast. Do you think they took the 80,000+ IRS or ex-IRS agents?
Oh, they're sending them down to the border.
Ah, yeah, that's true. That's true.
With their guns. He just said about the immigration raids and Yucca disappeared. I hope those two things aren't related.
Oops. I thought I heard some like knocking on the door from Yucca's side.
He told me he had papers, so I believe it. As long as I leave my favorite Mexican restaurant in town alone, I'll be fine. BNS, don't start any rumors. I didn't say that. I just said there might be a coincidence. Hopefully, it's just a coincidence. The other Jay Brown said he called him a customer. Yucca did say it was a customer. Yucca wished you would have kept that Trump statue if immigration officials busted in.
We got a new fire.
There he is. Yeah, I saw something. I was going to ask you. I Googled it. I couldn't find anything about it.
The mission?
Near Castig.
What are they calling it?
I don't know what they're called.
They're giving it a name. They give each one a different.
Stupid. They give it a name. It's kind of. I mean, it's a fucking fire.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about the winds yesterday, so are they still bad today?
Yeah, they're still bad today.
Bummer.
Yeah, yep.
Did you hear us talking about the immigration raids?
What happened?
Oh, okay, you didn't hear. Good. Never mind. Go, carry on.
The other Jay Brown. This is Pirate, by the way. Have you did you subscribe to Gray Leaf yet? We got to get 50 subs on Gray Leaf.
Someone posted in chat, Yucca, that the immigration raids had started in their neighborhood, and I said, and Yucca went dark all of a sudden. I said, I hope the two things aren't related.
Yeah, no. It don't matter. I don't care about that.
You have your paperwork, right? You're good.
Yeah.
All right, Jay Brown, thank you. I'm just checking. I'm trying to lend a hand here to thrust people into service, and I don't take no offense. I just anytime I see people, I'm trying to query them. Thank you very much.
I didn't realize. So
He wants out.
What's it? Oh man, what's Brian's donkey's name?
Nacho.
Guacamole is what came to my mind, but yeah, Nacho. I didn't realize that was your step donkey, Yucca.
Yeah, it's Nacho. This fire is pretty big. It's freaking crazy. I didn't know.
Yeah, don't be reading the chat right now, Yucca. People are trying to stir up false rumors.
I don't
Okay, good.
Yeah, I don't have time for that.
Nobody's got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, we don't need more fires, especially if it's windy like you're talking about.
Damn, the smoke that gets in, it gets irritating. It's close to the lake, so hopefully they're smart enough to go pick up some water from the lake.
Any of you guys get a chance to see that movie, Always? I'm telling you about with the firefighters and the airplane.
I tried to find it for free. I was too tight to rent it, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Got John Goodman in it, among other people. Holly Hunter. It's a good movie, man.
Stepped away to grab myself an orange. I have it downloaded. I haven't seen it yet, so.
Aren't you glad you didn't say banana, huh?
Are you talking about the movie Preacher?
Yeah.
Always?
Yeah.
Did you buy it?
No.
No.
Okay. I won't ask any other questions then.
I'm something of a pirate myself,
I got a nephew like you. I'm not going to ask him questions. It's like, the less I know, the better.
Yep. So, we can always organize a watch party in Discord.
It's a good family movie. I mean, I haven't seen it in many years, but I don't recall there being any kind of sexual. I'm sure there's probably some salty language in it and all that, but I don't remember there being anything particularly bad for young people. So I would highly recommend it. I think for a family, which is kind of rare.
I was hoping to have a chance to watch it over the weekend with the wife, but with the kids, it's plans usually don't go as we wish
I get it. I think people will enjoy it because of the the situation with out there with Yucca and the fires and those guys that are flying those planes, and most people have really limited knowledge. I mean, they kind of know the plane carries water and drops it on the fire.
I'll commit to you, pirate. I will watch
that movie. A lot.
You're cutting off, pirate, at least for me. Or did you try to open some app or something again?
I think because Yucca's streaming.
Oh, don't try to watch Yucca's stream, pirate.
That whole mountain is on, and then there's pieces, there's hot spots everywhere. It's on KTLA 5, if you want to find it.
Looks big.
It's huge. Just a little bit.
How many acres?
Look at that.
How many acres? How many acres are they saying?
That's where the evacuation. Okay, I'm gonna shut this. Sorry, guys.
You're getting evacuated?
No, not me.
Oh,
but it's pretty close. Guess.
Yeah, when Yucca started streaming that, it popped up and it destroys my comms
Your
and all that. Which is no
concentration.
big deal. It just means I can't talk. Yeah,
We found
no, it doesn't bother me
kryptonite,
the least bit, but everybody's like,
We found Pirates Kryptonite, Yucca. You've got the secret sauce.
which it's weird. Normally when somebody goes live, I have to opt in. I usually have to click watch live stream or whatever. But when Yucca does it, it just starts playing. And that's not true. I think when Captain Hayden does his, it automatically pops up. So I don't know what's up with that.
I think there's a difference between sharing your screen and turning on the webcam. The webcam goes on by
Right.
default.
Oh, okay. That's what it is then. 2744 as the bleeding continues with game slop.
All right, I was going to tell you, I'll commit to watching always before Pensacola gets the next 8-inch or more snowstorm.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. I think that gives you an ample window.
Yeah, I think I'm safe. Yucca, are you still sharing a video? Because it shows a video
No.
camera.
Nope.
Shows a little video camera still over your little icon on my screen.
Yeah, no, I'm not, but it's getting intense. That fire jumped over across the street now. There was a street there, and it's just put it back. Look, that just happened right now. See, that's the highway.
Well, that street ain't very wide to stop that
There's
fire.
somebody right there.
One
Somebody's right there. That just jumped over right now. Oh, no.
Amazing there's still that much undeveloped land out in that part of the country. I mean, people are out there.
That's quick. Yeah, people are leaving, like getting evacuated.
How many miles is that from you, roughly?
25 to 30, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the smoke blowing towards you or away from you?
Look at that. That was quick. Let me go look outside.
Thanks,
Let me see if I can. Oh, wow.
We have a green chili enchiladas, Jesse. It wouldn't be the first time we made it the second day.
You can see the smoke from inside your shop?
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. Let me see. Let me come outside.
Yes.
Show us.
Yeah, look. I'll show it. Look, can you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Over
We
there.
start the four.
Yeah.
It looks like it's kind of coming towards you.
Yeah, it's blowing this way. But
Right
you
to
can see
left.
it's over there. Yep. Yeah, you can see over there. That's all the smoke. Yeah. So it's not. It's pretty close. I mean, the smoke is gonna get here soon. It's gonna be hard to breathe. Fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
People are dropping water balloons out here.
Fuck, we need that snow right about now, pirate.
Yeah, I didn't see any airplanes dropping any water. Yuck, is it too windy, you think, for all that?
There is. I saw one little one pass by. In that with reporting the news, I saw one, but it's not really. We need some more.
Yeah, when that one big airliner jumping the red stuff, man, it drops a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody go in grabbing any water from the lake. The lake is right there.
Oh, there's a special little fish in there. They're not allowed to use that one.
Is that what that is?
Trouser trout.
Yeah. Wait, trouser trout. Sure about that one.
Yucca's favorite seafood meal. He likes trouser trout smothered in underwear sauce.
Sell that on Figueroa Street, he told me.
He goes on Figueroa Street when he gets carry out. That's what he orders.
Another reason I don't like sushi. Oh, Julie, are you talking about Yucca's dune bucket or something else?
Petro, my firefighting friend, have you did you subscribe to Gray Leaf yet? If not, you don't even have to respond, my friend. If you haven't, we're trying to get her over 50 subs so she can stream Friday or sometime in the future. If you've already done that, then thank you, and I apologize for asking. I'm on a fucking mission now. I'm obsessed with this, so I made it a personal. It's like a personal thing for me now. I got to get the remaining 9 people to sign up. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Roll back up there, Captain. It's it'll be posted sometime within the last 15 or 20 minutes. You'll look for Preacher. Preacher's name will be highlighted in yellow, and it's the only link.
Just added it.
There you go. Making it easier for you. There you go. Papa Mac's throwing it up. Preacher's throwing it up. There it is. We need 8 more. This is how I get Gray Leaf. I'm obsessive compulsive, all those things. I learn to make it work for me. I'm like a dog with a bone. Once I start chewing on something, I'm not particularly smart. I'm just I refuse to give up. So I'm the guy who would beat the brick wall down with his forehead. My wife will point out that there's a sledgehammer on the ground, but I'm usually too involved in what I'm doing to pay much mind to her. It's been the way it is for us. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the help. 9 more, 8 more, whatever, 8 more people. We got 15 minutes to find 8 more willing participants. If not, we'll fall back and regroup. $3.39 as AMC continues its decline, while GameStop is at $27.50.
Make it even weirder, Grayleaf. Can any of you guess what town Grayleaf is close to? Little trivia.
You dropped a hint earlier and said something about Donkey Kong or somebody was the closest to.
I didn't know what that IRL, what you meant by that. I don't know.
In
what
real
that
life.
Oh.
I'm learning all these things in real life.
Okay, I didn't know that one.
I'm gonna go with, like, because of that, Boston or something.
You would be correct.
Yep. My friend Donkey Kong put one of his personal picture of himself in real life in my Discord general, which was very kind of him. I always appreciate when people share a little bit. Everybody's afraid of being doxxed or what have you, but he put a picture of himself in there, and it brought a big smile to my face. It's funny how things happen. I've never met Donkey Kong. I'm an old man, but he reminds me. It's funny how you can just look at someone at a glance and say, "Oh my God," and you know, we all have a preconceived notion of what the voice may look like, and I'm prepared for that because it's never even close. But what struck me as odd was how similar he looked to somebody from my hometown in my youth. Of course, that person now is long gone. I mean, I'm talking about somebody that I knew over 45 years ago. But it was funny. I looked at that and I thought, oh my Lord, he looks like, you know, so-and-so from back in the day. Kind of made my day. It put a smile on my face. Juke Joint says, what state? I don't think Boston has a state. I think they're like Washington, D.C., man. I think they're independent, aren't they? I'm joking.
They're their own mass. Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mass has its own mass. Massachusetts.
Yucca's dune bucket has too many holes in it to carry. What are you talking about, Pro Jeweler? Explain.
Yeah, elaborate.
Juke Joint Jordan, while I have your attention, have you subscribed to Grayleaf so that she can achieve the elusive 50 number to enable her to go live from time to time to help us keep a stream going? If you haven't, Juke Joint, would you mind clicking on the link provided by Preacher and Papa Mac above and take the few 10 seconds required to give her a sub and an effort to help us with that? If you've already done that, then disregard last transmission. ENS says he'll throw up a picture of his wife, Kayla, and him. He doesn't care if you see my ugly mug. Yeah, by all means, do it, dude. I'd like to. It always makes my day when I get the opportunity to see what
Face to
folks
name.
look like and the real. Yeah. But it's, nobody's under any obligation. I didn't want to prompt anybody or pressure anyone. Donkey Kong shared it completely out of just impromptu. And I thought, yeah, that's fucking cool, man. It just made my day. But I get it. There's no one should feel pressured to share any more than they would feel inclined. Well, if Juke Joint Jordan is going about the business right now, then that would put us at merely 7 short. Like somebody dropped like a pound of wet liver off the second porch balcony. Ten minutes on the game clock.
BNS did all right with the fiery redhead there. She's pretty.
Break Nation Sports. Very nice. How cool is that?
Looks like a kid.
Yep. Pretty cool.
You are just
Nation said he was 36 in that picture. He's 37 now. Yeah, we get it. You done well for yourself. She must suffer from a similar affliction to some of the other ladies in here, bad eyesight. I find it hard to believe that so many beautiful women are settling for some of these. I mean, just awful
Apes.
dog ugly men, but ugly. I don't get it, man. They must have all have like cataracts or eye problems or something. I don't.
It's because I'm 6'5", standing on my wallet. That's how I got Mrs. Papa Mac.
There you go. Standing on my wallet, yeah. $3.38 4 minutes ago. AMC's back to $3.40, gained to 2 pennies there, while GameStop is falling to $27.33.
Preacher, I think we're going to have to start a friendly competition and keep track of how well we do on the days we stream, or how well AMC does on the stream. I think yesterday I think it was a red day, wasn't it? So I'm not starting out on a strong note.
I think maybe Mondays and Tuesdays are gonna be the bigger movers, because that's what they usually do to get people to dump money into the.
Well, you get Mondays and I'm doing Tuesdays, so that makes it fair.
First chain. You got to put the cheese on the mousetrap for the option suckers.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got 5 minutes left to go. I'll give you an update. My flu shot shoulder is a little bit more sore than the pneumonia shot. Just FYI, I knew you all were just dying to know.
Yeah, I don't think I could have made it through the evening without getting
medical update.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I could go to sleep without that information.
We don't care about HIPAA around here. We share medical info.
But Donkey Kong, I don't know if you guys already saw that, but he said the wallet works wonders.
Yeah, I'm
It's
like
similar to the beer. It's similar to beer goggles. Everyone's heard of beer goggles, where by the end of the night you've drank 8 or 9 Pilsner glasses of beer, and while you're drinking that last drink, you look at a girl through the bottom of the glass, and she looks like a supermodel from across the room.
It's the 5 becomes a 9. Turns a 5 into a 9, right, Pirate?
Yep. I love these guys who are running around with these cameras making content where they ask these girls their requirements, and they're like, I need someone that's 6'1", and he was like, oh, and the guys whip out a bathroom scale. They're like, well, can I weigh you? And it shows you the duplicity, man. And their screening process is they have these real strict requirements on height, But when you flip the script on them and say, well, hop up on this scale here and let's see what you weigh there, shorty, they lose their shit. I love those, man. It makes me laugh every single time.
But even more than that, right? Height is not something you can control, but weight is something you...
Oh, it's even more egregious.
So. Yeah.
Not trying. Welcome aboard. I recognize a brand new name. Listen, before you engage us in meaningful and well-worded conversation, can you go ahead and give us a help? We have a friend, Grayleaf, here, who needs 7 more subscribers to reach the 50 threshold to go live, and I'm quite certain you haven't done that yet. If you have, I apologize. But if you don't mind not trying, would you click on that link and give her a sub?
Wait,
if you don't mind.
As I just saw the congrats on the 100, and I was like, what the heck is that? I was like, that was the 100 subscriber for me, so pop that bubble. So if that was you, thank you, not trying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Welcome to Triple Digits, Preacher.
Yeah, I can really feel the breeze. It smells much better up here.
Welcome to my world.
You're practically royalty now.
Yeah, I'm just like Mr. Beast, but with a better beard.
I'll send you the secret phone number now. You're allowed to call me now, Preacher.
Yes, but it's right there. And Papa Mac
put the link
right above you. And if you just tap on that link, it will take you to Grayleaf. Yep, Grayleaf 6125.
It's a safe link.
It's all good. You can help us out. Trust me, bro.
Now, if Yucca puts a link in here, don't click on it.
If anything from Yucca, don't touch it. But yeah, before you, because you don't know what you're signing up for, Grayleaf wants to help with streams. So currently we already have Papa Mac running it. I'll be running some days, and Grayleaf wants to jump in to the rotation and help as well. So yeah, it's all about because on Grayleaf's side, there's only an iPad available, so we can't help with the Streamlabs setup. So we need the YouTube live streaming, and that requires 50 subscribers to enable live streaming. So
listen, I would be lying. I would be lying if I didn't tell you guys, or if I told you it didn't cross my mind that when Grayleaf hits the 50, I was going to unsub like immediately upon that, because I'm certain that we're going to get real close to that. And I thought I could have a great deal of fun that every time we get to 50, I was going to get people to keep unsubbing so that she'd be stuck at 49 for like a protracted period of time. But it seemed like that was a little bit mean-spirited, so I'm going to refrain from that. But the concept was funny, if I do say so myself.
Yucca, can we get you to work on a trophy for Preacher now that he hit the triple digits?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that GameStop volume. There's the closing bell.
Ding, ding, ding. Day's over.
No, Retro, we'll always have stocks and socks, man. I'm trying to pull others up behind me. I'm the last. I'm the Alamo, the line of last defense. It's difficult enough for me to try to entertain just when all I have to do is maintain the speakers and all that. I don't have the ability to put up charts. Those are my excuses. I have no problem stepping up to man the squad machine gun if I have to, but I'm better served if I just run my mouth on somebody else's stream. But no, I'll always be here, and if need be, I'm just the last guy who needs to be doing it. Man needs to know his limitations.
Thanks
for not trying. That's very kind of you. We appreciate that. Appreciate that.
My link wasn't working apparently, so sorry about that.
I keep going to Grayleaf's channel, but it still shows 41. I don't know if maybe I'm not updating it or something.
Look at this. No, that link wasn't working from Papa Mac. I don't know what happened, but if you click on the link I just added, it should work. But yeah, the volume on the last 5-minute candle was surprising. So on AMC we saw 1,073,000 shares. On GME we saw 383,000 shares. That's very high volume comparing to the rest of the day. So It's as if they are waiting for the end of the day to push some orders in. I don't know, Pirate. We need to do something to get your workstation into this century.
Just look at the value I bring now with the rudimentary tools at my disposal. You can barely control me as it is. It's probably to your, in Papa Max and KC's, it's to your benefit to minimize my abilities. Mm-hmm. I'm already a loose cannon. You know, on a pirate ship, if a cannon comes loose, it can just fire in any direction, and you never know what sort of mayhem. I'm already consider myself a loose cannon. If you help me upgrade my equipment and my abilities, I'm only going to grow more powerful and more dangerous as a result. So
imagine I want to ease up on all force you're going to be with a decent PC.
All right.
Little does Pirate know, we just can't control him because his tech is so old and outdated. We don't have any old resources to do that. We need him to be modern so we can control him.
Man. It's like the code talkers in World War II, where they used all those Indians to talk code, because even if the Japanese listened in, they couldn't figure out what the fuck was being said. Sometimes the old ways are the best, man.
Well, with that said, I'm gonna put an end to the stream. So thank you everybody for dropping by. Thank you for dropping subscribes to Greyleaf's channel and for being here. Tomorrow, I think that's you, Papa, right?
Yes, sir. I'm planning to somewhere between 8 and 8:15 Central is when I plan to go live tomorrow.
Yeah, so we'll meet each other. We will meet all of us on Papa Max channel. So make sure you have that one. You're subscribed with notifications on over there as well. And yeah, let's end as usual with a song from KC's Repository. Thank you, everyone.
From sap to strength in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Through the nights and
with hearts of gold, we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin in this game.